All right, I figured it out. I got it. So, let's see here. All right, good. I want to make sure that was working. Video was working. Audio wasn't working. Then I thought video wasn't working, but video's working. Audio's working, I think. Um, so, oh boy. All right, let's see what we got here. It's going to be terrible. I can tell you right now, this is going to be an absolutely horrible stream.
It's not financial advice. It's not legal advice. It's for entertainment, educational purpose only. Everything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button on the YouTube algorithm stuff so you can videos I put them out so I'm thinking, see I'm analyzing the data. Listen, every time we turn on the TV, every time we look at mainstream media talking about the stock market, talking about this great play that we're in, they are stating that the reason the market is down is because we won't capitulate. They are blaming
What?
the state of the market because we decided to buy a stock that we love and hold. And the thing is,
Wow.
if we follow the advice of Warren Buffett, who we can all agree is
Here we go.
probably
Oh my God.
the best investor of the 21st century. I mean, the best
Had to think
investor in my
about that.
lifetime, the best investor majority of you guys' lifetime. So if we use his guidance or his advice as guidance, it would tell you that we are in a very great play.
No, not really. But how about this? Apes say, no, we're breaking the market by buying and holding. We are breaking the algorithms. They don't know how to deal with buying and holding. It's never been done before. Nobody's ever done it, and they didn't expect anybody to do it. So we win. But also now the apes are taking the advice of Warren Buffett as guidance somehow. Um, and also, who in the fuck is blaming AMC gamblers for the state of the market? I mean, first of all, I don't think anybody is actually blaming this current state of the market on the apes, number one. Number two, obviously, obviously, that's ridiculous. Like, so who would actually think that? Now, regardless of whether they're saying it or not, who would actually fucking believe that? Who would believe that? You have to know nothing about finance or economics in general in order to think that. Um, Especially since the stock is down some 90% from its high. So I'm not sure how that really jives, but I'm really interested in finding out.
It would tell you that AMC is doing really, really great and it's a great investment.
What?
Because one of Warren Buffett's favorite.
But Donnie, okay, Warren Buffett didn't buy AMC. If Warren Buffett actually bought AMC, then you could say, oh, yeah, this fantastic investor believes in this company. We win. We're probably going to win. But no, Warren Buffett didn't fucking buy it. He doesn't say just go buy whatever stock you like. He doesn't say that. He wouldn't say that about AMC. He wouldn't say that about a GameStop. He wouldn't say it about Bed fucking Bath and Beyond. So what? God, this guy. I mean, what? what I got to go back a little bit because that's hilarious. It would say that AMC is a great investment,
It
great
would tell
company.
you that we are in a very great play. It would tell you that
Jesus.
AMC is doing really, really great and it's a great investment. Because
AMC is not doing really, really great. Okay. Like I don't know what kind of participation trophies these clowns need, but AMC is not doing really, really great, and you're not in a great play. That's absurd. Come on, dude. My God. If it were so great, why isn't Warren Buffett buying it?
One of Warren Buffett's favorite quotes, and this is my favorite quote, is the stock market is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient. And we've been in this play for 2 years. So one thing we're not impatient. We've been very patient. We've been buying the dips. We've been holding on to our shares, and we have been following Warren Buffett's advice. And another thing Warren Buffett said was, if you aren't willing to own a stock for 10 years, don't even think about owning it for 10 minutes. Well, guess what? We are holding on to our AMC shares because
Well,
we see the value.
Warren Buffett is an investor. Yes, legendary investor. Warren Buffett is not a trader. Some people trade. Trading is a valid strategy. So, whatever, different strokes for different folks. But come on, you know, you can make money in a variety of ways. Doesn't have to be holding a stock for 10 years. Doesn't have to be holding a stock for 10 years. Oh, Scott said Warren Buffett's stupid. No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
In the company, and we see the fundamentals getting better and better every day. And one of his shortest quotes, but makes a lot of sense. Warren Buffett said, "Our favorite holding period is forever." Okay, so as far as he's concerned, he wants to buy a stock in a company and never ever sell it. So anybody who considers Warren Buffett a great investor would consider his advice great advice.
Hey,
And a
at
majority
least this
of what the
video got
retail investors
4
are doing is
thumbs
following
downs.
Warren Buffett's advice. So why is that bad for the market?
Nobody said it was.
And the only reason it's bad for the market is because the big dogs are losing money.
Another lie. Flat out, another lie. They might be losing money. The only people that are losing money are people that are long on AMC. So think about that. The big dogs who are losing money on AMC, they're long AMC, not short AMC. I mean, come on. Is he like, does he have that disease where he can't see if a number is positive or negative, or like which number is high? I don't understand. How can you fuck.
The big dogs are losing money. If the big dogs weren't losing money, it would not be bad for the market. And one of the other things that Warren Buffett says that makes so much sense, he says, never invest in a business you cannot understand. I think
Well, he might have something here with this one. He m- he might he might be onto something with this particular point.
every single retail
Shit.
investor, every single pension fund that's holding AMC shares in their portfolio understands how a movie theater business works. You make money off movie sales, movie ticket sales. You make money off popcorn, concessions, soda, and food. Very, very simple. It's not quantum physics. It doesn't require a PhD in quantum dynamics. It's a very simple business that every retail investor understands.
I don't
So
think they do though. I don't think they do. I'm going to go back on what I said. I think this is invalid as well. So I don't think they understand. I don't think they do. Um, because every movie that comes out, oh, this is going to be the one that kills the short thesis. Well, you have to know that, the box office numbers, AMC doesn't get all of that. That's like total box office, and even that, the exhibitor, they don't get all the revenue from showing the movie. I mean, we know all these things, but um, yeah, I don't know. I think they know that. Well, no, they don't even necessarily realize, a lot of them, that buying a shitty gold mine that's not putting out any product is probably not the best use of money. Um, I don't know. I'm all over the place on this one, but I can safely say it's bullshit.
Like I said before, if Warren Buffett is the greatest
Ugh.
investor of all time, and everything that retail investors are doing would fall under the guidelines of Warren Buffett's advice, then mainstream media should say we're in a very great investment, that we made a very great investment strategy. But they don't.
But no, because you can't. I mean, again, Warren Buffett doesn't go out and say, you know, YOLO into speculative, wildly speculative, risky bets. That's what this is. It's not a sure thing. It's not a fundamentally strong investment thesis. It's not an investment thesis. It's Warren Buffett doesn't go after short squeezes. He doesn't try to make short squeezes happen. Donnie just said, "Oh, Warren Buffett says if you're not prepared to hold a stock for life, then don't buy it." Basically, paraphrased. Well, so Warren Buffett would hold through a short squeeze too? Is that what he's saying? Warren Buffett would hold through a short squeeze, and the apes held through a short squeeze. So therefore, apes are as smart as Warren Buffett. No, no, he wouldn't get near this with a 12-foot pole. It's not his style. Um, but you can't just say, "Oh, whatever I happen to buy that I have a bias of being bullish on, well, I'm just following Warren Buffett's advice because he said to buy and hold." Yeah, there's a little bit more to it than that. I mean, fundamentally, God damn it. I mean, I've been saying for a while that kind of poking fun at the apes, saying things like, um, they didn't expect us to buy and hold. That breaks the market. And I've also said something about Warren Buffett, and I've also put them together. I think this is the first time that actually one of these clowns, maybe, that I've noticed, at least maybe recently. Well, anyway, it's pretty explicit, a thing to say. It's pretty absurd. I mean, I said it jokingly. Donahue George, uh, Stocks Real Estate Health, is saying it unironically. Like, either he believes this or he wants people to believe it or wants people to think he believes it. Shit. I mean, that's what that's called. That's jumping the shark. Let's be honest. That's jumping the shark. AMC is a nonprofit organization. Yeah, they wanted to create a GoFundMe. Let's make a GoFundMe so we can donate money to the company so they can pay off their debt. I mean, they literally suggested that several times. Model 3 dude. Evening, sir. Warren Buffett is rolling on his grave because those fools are doing the opposite he intended. Oh God. Yeah, because he would have taken his own life if, he realized, "Oh my God, wait, what? I invested in AMC Entertainment? Oh my God." Jesus.
But they don't. They say that we need to capitulate for the market to bounce back. We need to give in and lose money So the big dogs who've been robbing us for years,
That doesn't even
so
make
they can get
sense.
out of this play, we're not gonna let them get out.
Nobody said that. Nobody said anything close to that. What is he making up? I mean, this is nonsense. Obviously. Jesus Christ. Oh my
Clean.
God.
Well, I'm not gonna let them get out clean. They need to give us
Oh.
our attendees. They
Oh.
need to give us that generational.
You know, Warren Buffett would never fucking sit there and say, they need to give us our tendies. They need to give us our tendies. What do you think, Charlie? Yeah, they need to give us our tendies. Tendies?
Transfer of wealth because it's their greed that put us in this great
Nobody who's wealthy would ever fucking say tendies.
financial position. Why does the mainstream media put out articles or get on TV and say maybe the hedge funds should stop robbing retail investors? Maybe the hedge funds should stop naked shorting stocks. Maybe the hedge funds should stop.
Because then they'd be saying, promoting misinformation because they have no proof, as do you, that those things are occurring. I mean, you can't be a complete moron and expect to get rich in the stock market. I mean, plenty of people do, and it doesn't really come down to, I don't think necessarily, you know, being super intelligent always, but I mean, you got to be smarter than the guy who's sitting there, standing there pissing on the Twitter building. You got to have a little bit more like discernment, common sense, work ethic, stuff like that. But I just see a bunch of people lined up to piss on the building. That's what it seems like.
Stop using tokenized shares to create counterfeit shares. Maybe
Wrong.
the bad actors should stop hiding FTDs in Brazil. Maybe the bad
Oh my
actors should
God.
stop hiding money in the Cayman Islands. No, they don't say that. You know why? Because the bad actors, the hedgies, control mainstream media. So because they control mainstream media, they can have mainstream
Why
media
even care what the
put
mainstream media
out the
says?
narrative that they want, even if that narrative makes absolutely no logical investment sense. Okay? Because everything that retail investors have been doing in this AMC play falls under the guidelines and tutelage of Warren Buffett, who is the greatest investor of our generation. Anyway, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff, and tell.
Wow. That's complete fucking garbage. And I mean, honestly, should get written a ticket or something for saying that. He should. It's just stupid. So speaking of stupid, um, I wanted to talk about this because I guess I had a realization or an epiphany earlier when I saw this video title, AMC 31 million worth of shares to be hedged for. And I mean, I know what he's talking about, and you guys know exactly what they're talking about here. Um, but it doesn't make sense. This narrative makes sense at all. But this is, I'd never really, I guess, thought about this particular piece of it. So let's get Scavenger in here.
Guys, what is going on? I hope everyone is having a fantastic Friday. Almost done with this week, Thanksgiving. And I hope everyone had a fantastic week. In regards to AMC, which you guys know I love, it's my baby. But we had around 41,000 call options expire in the money as AMC closed at $7.59.
Okay. How many?
But we had around 41,000 call options expire in the money as AMC closed at $7.59, equivalent to $31 million worth of stock that needs to be hedged for. I'm telling you, it's a blizzard.
$31 million worth of stock that needs to be hedged for. Okay, so he said 41,000 call options expired in the money, which equates to a notional value of, I mean, which potentially represents $31 million worth of shares that have to be hedged for. Okay.
Out here, what we can assume is going to happen is they're going to failure to deliver on that, right?
By the way, that's not a fucking blizzard. I mean, he's from Michigan, and he's saying that that's a blizzard. I mean, that's pathetic. Uh, it is cold out there today, Great Lakes region, but not a blizzard. Okay, so they're going to fail to deliver them. Okay, probably.
Needs to be hedged for. I'm telling you, it's a blizzard out here. What we can assume is going to happen is they're going to failure to deliver on that, right? They're not going to deliver those shares. Those are going to go into the pool. I've showed you guys on my.
So I just have one question. Who are they going to fail to deliver them to? Because, I mean, call options expiring in the money doesn't mean that every one of those call options is going to be exercised. In fact, some brokers automatically exercise. Some you can say that you don't want it to. Other brokers automatically sell the position at expiration or whatever, so you get the cash value. But he's talking about market maker hedging. So market maker has to supposedly has to hedge the calls they sold, by buying shares. And there's this notion out there that uh, however many call options expire in the money times 100, because 100 shares per call option contract. There's this belief, and I don't know where it came from or how it started, like just like so many things in this narrative, but um, the narrative goes that 41,000 contracts expired in the money. So the market maker has to buy 4.1, and that's what it ends up being. We're only talking about 4 million shares here. So, like, I don't know, 1/8, 1/6 to eighth of daily volume. So, not that much. Anyway, it's not even a big deal, even if they did do this, which, but 4 million shares, the market maker is required to buy 4 million shares so that they have them on hand in case people want to exercise the calls. That's what they believe. I'm not even shitting. That's the narrative. That's the popular belief about call options expiring in the money. So it doesn't that I mean that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Especially when, they know, we know, everybody knows that the market makers, the broker dealers, they don't have to have the shares on hand in order to sell them to you. So if you exercise an option, yeah, they might not have 100 shares readily available. You're going to get some, you know, shares naked shorted to you, and then they're going to turn around and find them. 4 million shares are not going to have a problem to find if, assuming that this bullshit was real. But my point is, every day the market maker sells shares that they don't physically, there's no physical, but that they don't actually have on record yet. So why would this be any different? It's not. Obviously, it's not. It's just going to be, hey, yeah, here you go. You have 100 shares, and then we'll deal with it. We'll clean it up on the back end. So it doesn't make sense. Um, Also, it's just, that's not how it works. They don't go out and buy them and have them just in case you want to exercise. And also, Badback says, you know, if they expired in the money, then they've already been hedged for. And, it's hard to get very specific details on a lot of this, but I mean, I've researched it thoroughly. Basically, market maker hedging First of all, they're not probably. I showed this last whenever I made a video about it, how the ape's idea of how the market maker hedges is wrong in terms of meme stocks, specifically AMC, GameStop, costs, all these, meme stocks. It's on record. A broker dealer and a market maker both saying, hey, this is how we normally do it. We normally go out and buy the shares to hedge. But because the volatility is so fucked up on these meme stocks, because volatility is out of whack with how it normally reacts because of the underlying traders that are trading it. And by the way, they weren't bitching about it saying, oh my God, they're ruining the market. No, they said we had to switch, basically, instead of buying the shares, we're just going to buy an option. That way it tracks the volatility changes as well. So they weren't losing money on the volatility component. So they probably don't actually go out and buy the shares. Um, Also, whatever hedging does occur, delta hedging to remain neutral, which by the way is what the market maker wants. They don't want to have positions. They don't they they don't have positions. That's not what they're there for. They're not a market participant. They're not a trader. They're not establishing positions. The only reason they would take on a position is to cancel out something else that they've sold. So, and that's an important point difference between, you know, participants and market makers, liquidity providers, um, broker dealers, etc. So you have market participants, that are proprietary traders. They're trading funds. They are establishing positions, and with the aim of making profit. Market makers don't. That's not how they make their money. They make their money on the spread, bid ask spread. Um, Buying something for one price, selling it for a slightly higher price, basically. Buy for $1, sell for two. Um, so going back to market maker hedging, they most likely hedge it by buying an option. So uh, if they sell you a call, then they're going to buy a call option at a different strike price that would cover, the shares in terms of being a delta hedge. So if you buy, if you buy a 50 delta call option, you know, they sold you a 50 delta call option, so they're going to buy a 50 delta. So they're short 50 delta. They're going to go 50 delta long so that, it remains neutral. They don't want to lose money or make money on those positions, but they are, they're the seller, so they're on the hook for it. They have to cancel that out by buying another option or, traditionally buying shares um, in non-meme stocks. That happens basically either um, some things I've read say it happens instantaneously. So if you go out and buy, you know, uh, 10 contracts, basically immediately after, and actually it has to be after they're not legally permitted to front run the trade and hedge before they sell you the position. That's actually in the exchange rules. I did read that. So they can't say, "Oh, Scott wants to buy 10 calls, so let's do this first." It's not allowed. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I have no proof that it does. Just saying the way it's supposed to work is they sell it to you, and then at some point, right after that, or at some specified interval, or whenever they accumulate, um, enough delta that it would push them into another risk band, um, then they would, s- you know, go out and buy, the appropriate hedging instrument, whether it's shares or another call option or what have you. But that happens automatically, and they don't wait until they don't wait because at as soon as they sell it to you, they're on the hook, right? So if they sell a call and the price goes up, they lost money. They just lost money on that position. So why would they, drag their heels on hedging it so that they don't lose money in case the stock actually does go up? They wouldn't. So they're going to take care of that. That's the point. So the notion that why would they and why would they need to hedge something if the contracts have already expired? So none of this makes sense. This is all incorrect, unfortunately, or whatever. Um, so Matt Kohrs and Trey started this BS with hedging. Those two fucking guys, man, they especially Trey, especially Trey. I hear Trey's trades might be coming back though. Trey trades. Stay tuned. Find out. Um, some
Live
iteration.
stream that this is how dedicated I am to this channel. I'm getting absolutely annihilated out here with snow,
No,
but
you're not.
work
God
these
damn it.
shares
Shut the
so
fuck up. All right.
because I love it outside. But they're gonna FTD on these shares. So yes, max paying was $7.50. But at the same time, we have to remember not to get excited for T plus 90, things like that, until the day it actually happens, because we know they're able to push things back. We know they're able to FTD on these shares. So these options that expired in the money, they're not going to be able to locate those shares to deliver. So they're going to FTD on.
But who are they going to, like, he keeps saying FTD. FTD is, delivering a share that has already, you know, been part of a trade. So that would require, you know, all of those contracts to be exercised, which 5 to 10% of that, and traditionally, 5 to 10% of contracts are exercised. Most people sell them before expiration. And also, I don't even know how they know at this point how many contracts did expire in the money. I don't know if that's actually discernible from the data on the same day as the expiration. I'll say that too. We know how many were traded. We know how many were traded. That's volume. Open interest data reflects yesterday's holdings. And you could say, oh, well, okay, so if there were 40,000 open interest and there were 60,000, you know, traded in volume, then, yada, yada, yada. But you don't know how many of those were trades that happened, a day trade. Somebody got in and out. You don't know how many. You don't know how many were still open at the end of the day. That's my point. So I don't even. I think the number itself is probably false. I know where this number came from. I'm almost certain it came from Stonko Tracker. That's the only place I've ever seen say such a silly statistic as number of call options in the money. Um, and again, you can tell that from open interest data, like from one day to the next, but you can't tell that on expiration. Excuse me, you can't tell that on expiration. Cool Runner says, do you think AMC may run before the end of the year? I have no idea. Probably not. I don't see any reason for it to. Um, well, we'll look at the chart here in a minute, but you got to ask yourself the conditions, the environment that was around when AMC had its runs like last year. Is it the same? Is it the same environment? Are things the same? Is, culturally, socially, whatever you want to say, is it the same or have things changed? You know, pretty clearly things have changed. So, you know, you have to keep that in mind and realize that money was being thrown around like crazy last year for very easily identifiable reasons, but it's not now. And you can't be blind to that connection of, okay, there was a lot of, speculative froth in the market at a time when there was a lot of extra money being pumped into the system from all angles. So that's different. You know, why haven't you seen any type of move in AMC that's anywhere close to what happened last year? There's your answer. Or at least some, pretty salient clues. Um, no problem. Thank you for actually asking a question and not um, just going another way with it. I mean, we have no problem answering questions. Um, but it seems like it's rare that we actually get, you know, valid questions. So thanks for asking.
On those. Eventually they'll have to cover the FTDs, but right now they're not gonna, in my opinion. So,
And that doesn't matter at all. It makes no difference. Because FTDs are failure to deliver. The transaction has already occurred. The transaction has already occurred. Somebody bought it and somebody sold it to them. Money changed hands, the share didn't. That's all. That's the only thing. So it doesn't mean that it was failed to buy. It doesn't mean that somebody FTD does not imply that somebody is going to have to go out and buy all these stocks. And that's another misconception because the FTD is, it's basically more of a clerical administrative um, sort of gap, the way I look at it. So the transaction's already occurred. The shares is on back order. Shares on back order. Got to come in from China. Boat got stuck or whatever. It's there. It's out there. It's just not here yet. Now that could mean that it needs to be purchased. But it also means that maybe it's in limbo because it was lent to somebody else and now it has to settle, or somebody else is the original holder of it. The person whose share was short was borrowed from their account originally. Maybe they sold it. Maybe they sold their share while it was out on loan. So now you have a situation where, okay, the person who lent it out sold it. So that stock has to come back. That gets, basically pulled back and say to the broker dealer, and they say, all right, we have to sell this now. So now there's a shortage here, and now that has to be covered. So that's really more of what it is. So FTDs being covered or closed or whatever, that doesn't mean that they have to buy the stock. It doesn't. In fact, they could borrow it. They could actually borrow it and deliver it on an FTD. So that's an example of an FTD being closed without a share being purchased. So that's why it's a failed to deliver. It's not a failed to complete transaction. It's not a fail failure to settle. It's already been settled, but this is all stuff that's, I don't think people,
Don't get excited for days, just be patient. Remember, I tell you in every video, I'll tell you time and time again, we win by holding, okay? We win by holding. There's a lot of shares that expired in the money today, a lot of options that, equivalent to shares that have to be hedged for in a perfect.
have to be hedged for. I mean, thinking about getting them sorry, thinking about getting a few more shares. I don't know. Well, anyway, um, I can't give you any advice on that. Not because I'm afraid to give financial advice, but because I don't know and I don't care, quite frankly. Um, I think that, given what we talk about here, which is substantiated with, we take pretty great pains actually to get to the bottom of these things. That's that's one thing that does sort of, I don't know, not bother me, but it's like all of these guys on YouTube, they just spout off, they talk out of their ass, they spew this verbal diarrhea. It's all bullish all the time, which is, it's just not realistic. In any, like, just generally, it's not realistic. I mean, not even talking specifically about AMC, just generally, it's unrealistic. Nothing's bullish all the time. Um, but then you get into specifics of AMC and you start digging around at this stuff. Yeah, most of this stuff is incorrect. Most of it's made up. Most of it, they don't have no clue what they're talking about. Most of it, there's no proof for, and they don't, lift a finger at all to verify anything. People eat it up and they believe it. But, we go to pretty great lengths to actually chase this stuff down in terms of trying to nail down the specifics of why it's wrong or the actual reality of the situation. So they say it's this, here's what it actually is. Here's the federal law, section, subsection, paragraph, clause. Um, it's not hard. It's not hard at all. I don't understand why people don't seem to care. I mean, not it's not about like getting views or whatever. I don't care to be popular, but it's just baffling that at this point, um, there isn't more scrutiny on the people that have been promising the world and failing to deliver it, basically every day, especially when, you know, these guys are making a shitload of money promising generational wealth. They're making a lot of money. I'm not making any money doing this. I have no motivation other than to try to expose these liars. And, if people do, at least consider some of the things we talk about, maybe, maybe help people from losing more money or, people from buying into this nonsense. I don't know. It's fascinating too. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It is fascinating from a human psychology standpoint. There's a lot going on here. But anyway, and there's a, and there and I have to think that there's some reason also, like, I don't hold any punches. I don't hold back. I don't treat these guys with kid gloves. I have called them every one of these guys every name in the book, and I'll do it again. You know, I'm sure. Um, and they deserve a lot worse. Truth be told, they deserve a lot worse because basically they've defrauded people. They've said one thing taking no due diligence, no effort whatsoever to actually verify that what they said is true, and they've made money on that. Like, that's sleazy. So I've exposed them all, fact checked them all, called them all out multiple times for over a year, and yet nobody, not one of them really, except Boss Blunts did respond to he commented on a video. Tony Denaro, well, there's all that drama. Um, which I guess I don't know. I guess we're not friends anymore. Or something, I don't know. He hasn't been around lately, and whatever. Um, trying to think. My point is, why hasn't anybody called me out? Why hasn't anybody, you know, tried to tear apart anything that I've said, any of the videos that I've made where I showed this is nonsense? Why hasn't anybody taken that on? Why don't you hear people talking about all that Scott Allen, he's as bad as Darth Vader? Well, okay, maybe you heard that at one time. I honestly don't know. I think it's because they know that they don't have shit. They don't have shit. I mean, I've laid into Trey probably harder than a lot of them, maybe Frankie, Donnie, these guys, but Trey going back to last year, Wrench Capital, all those guys, and I've tweeted at Trey, and I will say he's pretty good, or he at least used to be before he had his meltdown at the end and rage quit. Typically, he is pretty good about ignoring, excuse me, ignoring the haters, trolls. Um, so I guess that's a positive. But at the same time, I wanted to ruffle his feathers. I wanted him to, try to engage with him. Nothing, nothing. So I don't know. I don't see a point really in watching the rest of this, but
world. But as we know, with our current market, it's not perfect, right? We have bad apples that are involved in this, and we have some nefarious people, hedgies, market makers on the
Darth
other
fucking
side that
Vader,
are doing
Scott
some
fucking
very
Allen.
disgusting things
Oh
to
yeah,
AMC.
how could I forget? I did manage to get myself inserted into some drama with Teddy Zane. I forgot about that. Scott fucking Allen. This guy's Scott fucking Allen. Oh shit. Yeah. How could I forget that? Thanks, Chris. I don't know if you meant to remind me of that, but definitely did.
We know what's coming in Q4. We know what's
Ah,
coming going into 2023. Q1, we know what's coming with the popcorn industry. We know what's coming with Hollywood
oh,
producing more movies. We know what's coming. Right now, it's simply a waiting game. Not
so now, you know, returning to business as usual, more or less, with some, extra gimmicks here and there, is, you know, fodder for a short squeeze. And Wall Street, hedge funds, institutional traders, they won't see it. They won't see it coming. They can't see it because they're so biased, which is hilarious to say. They won't see it coming, and they'll get trapped in their short positions because AMC stock is, because of fundamentals, is going to shoot up and it's going to trap the shorts. I just don't see that happening. It makes no sense. Makes no sense. If anything, even if, okay, let's say that returning to business as usual, which is, by the way, a few years before the pandemic, not 2019. But let's say that they go back to being, breaking even or something. the hedge funds that are shorting AMC, they're so far up their own asses apparently that they aren't keeping up on the fundamentals of the company that they're shorting. And so they're going to get caught by surprise when all of a sudden AMC stock shoots up and they didn't even bother to look at the earnings report to see that the company that they're shorting, had massive fundamental improvement and they're going to get caught. That's the narrative. I don't think so. I don't think so. Like that makes no sense. Like institutional traders, if anything, hedge funds, they have entire departments that do research and manage risk. So the apes think that everybody is as haphazard apparently as they are, but the reality is that they're exceptionally uh, unprepared and lacking information from which to make an intelligent decision. And that's not, I'm not trying to be insulting. It's just that's just the case. Like you can't just believe something because somebody says it on a video or writes it in a tweet or posts it on Reddit. And that's unfortunately what's happened here. There's been no standard. Um, there's no gatekeeping of information, and there's not going to be. It's up to the individuals to make those decisions, to do that research, and they're not doing it. They didn't do it, and and instead, their heads got filled with all this garbage, like, oh, they're going to have to buy $31 million worth of stock because all these options we think somebody on the internet says expired in the money. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm going to go with it because that's what we do. And the people who said that, oh, they have to buy all these shares are two of the original fucking grifters from last year. And those guys never showed any proof of anything. So it's just dumb. Tony has gone underground just like all the rest of the grifters. Yeah, I don't see too much from Tony anymore. Right on the YouTubers, I do like your videos. Thanks. Can you show Tony's co-op or coop video? Yeah. So we get the point here. I'm not ready for this yet. Tony Denaro. The scavenger was on Tony Denaro. Oh my God. Like why why if you know I'm I'm not even saying that I would participate in it. I probably wouldn't because I don't want to be associated and I don't want to be seen as pivoting or giving credence. But why would you not invite somebody who has a different opinion on your channel? Like we know that you're bullish. We know that Scavenger's bullish. We know that Massalorian's bullish. Why do you need to hear from them? Why would you not want to hear from somebody who has a different opinion? And if you're right, if the facts go in your favor, then hey, you can dunk on me. You can dunk on me, and it'll make your case even stronger. That's never happened either. Never happened. Like I said, not that I would want to, not that I would want to or even agree to it, but why would you not? I mean, why? This is an echo chamber. Echo chambers are not healthy. Okay, what is this video? Um, Co-op. Let's see here. New York. I'll get New York Angie in here real quick while I find the other one. Okay, it's in Telegram. Cool. So let me.
The former FTD.
Okay. Get that loading there. We're running a little slow tonight. Oh, chicken coop predator. Oh. Oh, okay. It is coop, not co-op. Okay. All right, here it is.
Howdy, y'all. This is
Oh, interesting. Okay. Lone Star Coops. 2 years ago, huh? June 2020. Let's see if I can get something better than 360p. Tony and Mass have had a parting of the ways, really. So many breakups of partnerships. So, yeah, wow. I mean, I'm thinking it took me a minute to remember because, like, they've all become so irrelevant now. But the 1348 crew, Shart the Vix, uh, the misinformed, unmasked investor, and review pork. We really need to put all eyes on the New York Angie 6 videos a day, even on weekends. Ugh, God, yeah. You, yeah. People tend to get banned from channels. That's pretty funny. Okay.
Howdy, y'all. This is Tony with Lone Star Coops, and today we're going to be talking about predator proofing your coop and how to use a predator apron to deter large digging predators.
Predator
Lone
apron.
Star Coops.
Larger predators are frequently going to gain access to your chickens by digging underneath your coop walls. These would typically be something like a neighborhood dog.
Yeah, that's a versatile skill set. Actor, farmer, financial advisor, engineer, I've heard. Um, hmm.
Coyote, a fox, or possibly a raccoon or possum.
No apes. Yeah, that's taking way too long. Yeah, what is... Oh, geez. Predator aprons. Chicken blog.
These
Chicken
digging
blog.
predators are going to try and enter your coop right where the ground meets the baseboard of the coop.
Okay.
So this is the area that we need to focus on. It's important
So, like, put in a moat. Like,
for you to research what type of predators might be in your area. Almost everywhere has raccoons and dogs. Some areas have foxes and coyotes.
Lone Star Coops. Designs and sell chicken coop plans. Plans for the DIY backyard chicken owner. We are also custom coop designers and builders. Chicken guard. Automatic chicken door. Can you get the plans? Oh, wait a minute. What? $95? Hmm. You qualify for 10% off the Chicken Guard Locking Combi Premium Automatic Door Kit. So only add another $238 to that 95. That's good sales tactic. Lone Star Coops. Last updated July 29th, 2020. 1-855-55 Coops. 55 Coops. Hmm. Not a lot of information on here, huh? Family. Oh, that looks like Mr. Tony. Hmm. Okay. Family business in Austin, Texas. Tony and Allison share a love of animals, organic gardening. Tony moved to Austin permanently in '85. Well, his family has been in Austin for generations. His background includes decades of experience in engineering, product design and development, and customer service. $220-gallon rain barrel water collection system. Okay. Chicken coop. Excuse me. Has to be designed to allow the owners to go on vacation. Why are these crossed out? Anyway, consulting is offered on a per hour basis. Diff is a board. When Lone Star Coop IPO, Tony was never an engineer, one of many occupational appropriations. Yeah, yeah, I would agree with that. Buy two chicken coop and get stock tips, limited time only, not valid in Puerto Rico. Is his young wife the great thing he has done? Oh man. Um, so let's see. Lone Star Coops. Hmm. Well, they got all the social media pages. That's good. Lone Star Coops. Oh, wow. Report completed suspension check. Case still suspended. Current trademark owners. I don't know if you can see that. Anthony Franzetti. Hmm. New application. Shit. Suspension letter written. Letter of suspension. Revoke. Attorney appointed. Report completed suspension check. Case still suspended. Um, so I guess his name really is Anthony Franzetti. I didn't know and don't really care, but this is on a legal document, so Interesting. Okay. Wait, so hold on a second. Because filing date, July 28th, 2020. So it is a pandemic thing. It's a pandemic era business that popped up. I mean, that's okay. Nothing wrong with that, but just curious.
Lone Star Coops.
Howdy guys, this is Tony with Lone Star Coops, and I am just doing an update on the chicks. Today they are 11 weeks old, and it's kind of a sad day today because we are selling 4 of them. One black Polish is already gone. The other black Polish right there, he's a rooster, he is leaving tomorrow. And on Saturday, one of the barred rocks and one of the australarps are going to a new home. So this is our last chance to video everybody together. We'll be keeping the silkies for several more weeks just to make sure we have them properly sexed, but we're pretty sure we have 2 female silkies and 1 male. And we'll be keeping one of those females. The other 2 will be rehomed in a month or so. So just enjoy the video, and if you have any comments, please drop them below in the comment section. Thank you for watching.
So if it's sad when they sell them, oh, I guess these are, never mind. Never mind. Hmm. Best comment ever. Oh man. Okay. Chickens. Who knew we'd be looking at chickens tonight? Okay. So New York Angelo, or as I call him, Kiev Angelo. All right.
The
Go ahead,
former
Zelensky.
TD Ameritrade CEO. Talk about the individual investors and what is the current state of the shorts. On the flip side, the CNBC was again terrified. At least the guy who was running the interview, the lady, I would say was much more knowledgeable. She said that, you know, hedge funds should be very, very careful with shorting stocks at this point on the market. But the craziest part again came from the former TD Ameritrade person. Just hear this, guys. This is from this morning. This is unfreaking believable.
These meme stocks, are they not a measure or a gauge of craziness? I mean, when your kid comes home and says, Dad, I bought GameStop, nothing to me seems like a better signal to sell than everybody getting out with these crazy. I mean, when I see that board they just put up, I'm like, really? Is the craziness back? Am I missing something here, Joe?
Steve, I don't think so. You go back again to the dot-com boom. Remember, there were
Look
you'd
at
be in a
that
cab.
board we got up here.
Yeah,
Now,
you'd be in a cab. Well, you'd
wait
be
a
in
minute.
cab, and your cab driver would start to give you thoughts or ideas. You'd be in your haircut.
Hold on a second. Hold up here. When was the last time AMC was $24.43? When was the last time Bed Bath & Beyond was $15 fucking dollars? He said this morning. This was on this morning. He's a lying sack of shit. No fucking way. Not a fucking chance. Let's see. Let me get my other window here. Like, you show me another channel that pauses fucking videos and investigates shit like this. Nobody does. And they should. They absolutely should. But they don't. Because they're lazy. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So 24. Yeah, okay, that was wait a minute. Might have been before the ape dividend on this here, March maybe. I think that was probably it. Or maybe we can look at one of these other ones. One that didn't split or do any funny business. Bed Bath and Beyond. Bloodbath and Beyond. 15, 16. Well, could have been August, but I think it was March. Robin Hood. Yeah, that's I think it's in this area here. It's usually they do whatever they can to redact or hide anything that would show that it's not a current news clip. So, like if they have the indices running across the bottom, they'll crop it out. You know, cut off parts of the screen if they have a chart of the S&P, you know, stuff like that, so that you can't tell. And it's so fucking disingenuous. They're such scoundrels. But this one, and didn't he say this was this morning? Like
the former TD Ameritrade person. Just hear this, guys. This is from this morning. This is unfreaking believable.
These meme stocks, are they not a measure or a gauge of craziness? I mean, when your kid comes home and says, Dad, I bought GameStop, nothing to me seems like a better signal to sell than everybody getting out with these crazy. I mean, when I see that board they just put up, I'm like, really? Is the craziness back? Am I missing something here, Joe?
Steve, I don't think so. You go back again to the dot-com boom. Remember there were
you'd be in a cab. We got up here.
Yeah, you'd be in a cab. Well, you'd be in a cab, and your cab driver would start to give you thoughts or ideas. You'd be in your haircut, and the barber would start to give you thoughts and ideas. But I tell you this: if my son came home and he said he quintupled his money in GameStop, I'd probably give him a little money to help manage for me. So it's a great trade, but it's a little bit like gambling. You know, you're taking a shot on a particular name because somebody's guided you in that direction, and you're hoping it goes up. Now, do you know when to get out? Do you know should you have stop losses? So is it a game?
No.
I don't know if it's a game, but I do think it's far more like Vegas than what it would be in terms of than would it be like an investment.
Joe, let me ask you one more quick question, just in terms of shorts. It got really scary to try and short things because you knew the retail investors could run you out. And I think a lot of maybe some of the more tried hedge funds were not doing shorts they might have done in the past. Is that coming back, or is this still way too treacherous of a market to try and short anything?
Oh, no, I think the sophisticated institutional investor, Becky, that really knows what they're doing, you know, they'll be on top of that. What they found out with GameStop several months ago was that all of a sudden,
here.
Still way could run you. It got really. Joe, let me ask you one more quick question, just in terms of shorts. It got really scary to try and short things because you knew the retail investors could run you out. And I think a lot of maybe some of the more tried hedge funds were not doing shorts they might have done in the past. Is that coming back, or is this still way too treacherous of a market to try and short anything?
Oh, no, I think the sophisticated institutional investor, Becky, that really knows what they're doing, they'll be on top of that. What they found out with GameStop several months ago was that all of a sudden now retail is a risk to the individual, to the institutional investor's position. That wasn't something they were thinking about before. Because they're thinking about that now, well, they're the ones responsible for themselves. They're the ones that they're supposed to have enough expertise and.
So that's, it's all stuff that we've talked about here before. Yeah, you got one over on them initially, but now they know, or at least before, they were aware of it. And so you're not going to be able to do the same thing, even if you could, which you can't, because there's no free money anymore. But even if there were, they would be prepared for it. We said this last year. Like, how do you not, how, yeah. So I'm sure, Angie's he's gonna, spin this, put a new spin, somehow make it bullish. But I mean, or maybe, make fun of what he's saying or denigrate him or whatever. But I mean, it sounds pretty spot on, like most of it.
To know when they're taking on too much risk or not. But I think that was a big lesson. That was a big lesson that the institutional world learned.
I mean, again, and the only reason that was able to happen was because of COVID, was because of, a confluence of lockdown, stay at home, boredom, that whole thing. And perhaps more importantly, stimulus checks, unemployment, free money. Without either one of those things, well, without the free money and unemployment and whatnot, it wouldn't have happened. That's really it. But that then goes back to pandemic, lockdown, tons of people at home on social media, yada yada yada. But it was a product of the time. They're not going to have to worry about it again. They're just not going to have to worry about it again unless we get another pandemic. And they botched the response to that one like they did this one.
I think they did learn from that.
I mean, I just have to take notes. First of all, the former TDMA trade again put the reference about the Vegas. Try to compare, the current retail investors with the barbers, with the taxi drivers, literally known as unsophisticated investors. Try to compare the investing in AMC or GameStop with the
they get their information from you, dude. So
the fun part,
how sophisticated can they be?
The lady said, but from the institutional investor standpoint, probably the hedge funds or the short sellers, in particular, shouldn't short the stocks anymore because they already know that individual investors can actually run them down. And John from TD Ameritrade, former CEO, said,
then why aren't they doing that?
Institutional investors are,
if they can do that,
very, very sophisticated.
Why did it literally only happen twice? Happened in January, happened in June. Right after all those goddamn executive orders, too, by the way. Right after the executive orders. He talks as if this is current. Yeah. I mean, that's a violation. If you want to be technical about it, this is a violation of YouTube policy. It is. It's a violation of policy. But, let me pull out my pen from my pocket protector and write him a citation.
And in the end, they will be on top of that. Sure, he noted that, institutions learned that individual investors could be a pain in the ass, if I can put this in this form or shape, right? Can learn that individual investors can run them down, can cause them a lot of pressure, losses. Ask Melvin Capital for reference, in my opinion. But the whole idea over here remains the same. That individual investors don't know what they're doing. The individual investors cannot afford to lose. This is the general narrative over here. And again, it's kind of the battle persists, sophisticated versus unsophisticated. Even though the sophisticated investors have been down big time, between 40 to 60% so far this year. Major hedge funds. While there's hedge funds who are down 60, 70, there are hedge funds who actually closed their hedge funds in 2022. Don't get me wrong, I think the guy, the former CEO of Citadel, is a funny guy, right? It sounds positive, but I'm not sure that he actually understands the concept of the short interests, and in particular naked shorting or synthetic shares plausible thesis that a lot of these stocks actually have. Slim part I earlier watched again. Bad Blood and Beyond was pushed through different medias. I heard people talking about it, or they
So
want to
there
talk
isn't
about
one comment.
on Yahoo Finance, on CNBC. Instead of
There
talking
is
about
not a
any other,
single comment on this video that says, hey, I noticed that the prices that they showed there are probably from March of this year. You said it was from this morning. What the fuck? Not a single one. I mean, not a single person even seemingly noticed that it wasn't current, and it only has 5 downvotes. I mean, I'm not surprised by any of this. Don't get me wrong. It's just, it's an echo chamber, extreme echo chamber. See, Randy Cornett has got some information here, apparently. Hey, Boss Blunt, since you're on a tear, here's some stuff I could dig up that is pretty interesting about computer share. Brokers we regularly use are Citigroup, Canaccord. We also have the ability to transmit orders to Winterflood Securities and Morgan Stanley in Australia. Trading venues used by the brokers to execute trades transmitted to them by us will be determined in their own best execution and order handling arrangements. Oh, that sounds like dark pools. The trading venues chosen may be regulated markets, multilateral trading facilities, or organized trading facilities. Now, I will say this is not relevant to the United States here. This is definitely not relevant to the United States. So, I mean, obviously, we don't have anything called multilateral trading facilities or organized trading facilities. Also, it says Channel Islands up here in the location area. And then also it's talking about, broker dealers that we don't have. And it says that if you have a question or whatever, write to us at this address in the United Kingdom in Bristol. So, that's good. It's cool. But again, I don't know how, let's see what the next one is. Trading methods. There may be delay between the receipt and transmission of a trade. This means that the result achieved will reflect a fair price at a time which is later than at the point of submission of the instruction. We are required to summarize and make public, and obviously, British spelling of summarize with an S instead of a Z, and make public on an annual basis for each class of financial instruments the top 5 execution venues. Summary tables below show the top venues for customer orders between January 1st and December 31st, 2020. Canaccord, Panmure. I don't know why this is all highlighted. I don't know what I'm supposed to take out of this. That's just saying the percentage, but class of instrument. Kind of defeats the purpose of highlighting when you highlight literally everything on a page. Like, just don't highlight anything then. It's the same fucking outcome. Nothing's differentiated. Would you mind explaining it a bit more? And then Boss Blunts, put this, requoted what he'd already said before. And if the stock gets over 80% DRS, then it would be delisted per regulations, per NYSE regulations. That's not what this says. I mean, number one, first of all, this is not talking about the United States. Number two, it certainly doesn't mention the New York Stock Exchange or 80%. I mean, how fucking disingenuous can these fucking clowns be? Seriously. That's not what it fucking says. It does not say that in the fucking documents that you put. Idiot. And again, nobody fucking calls it out. Why does nobody call it out? I would, except I forget my Twitter password, so oops. So let's see. And let's see, we get this SBF drama in here because I mean, who doesn't love SBF drama at this point? So, okay, so how about market structure? On January 28th, 2021, most major retail brokers shut down. Not quite. Users were unable to buy. Sometimes they were unable to sell too. And on some platforms, users got liquidated. The weird thing is that there was basically no leverage. I mean, is he talking about crypto or stocks? I don't know. This was, of course, the day that GameStop, AMC, and other meme stocks skyrocketed. Why were users shut off? It wasn't because of leverage. Users tried to deposit $50 to buy $25 of stock and were denied. And it wasn't because stocks were out of stock or anything. Well, it seems like the brokerage that were affected, which is only a handful of payment for order flow brokerages, it seems like they were doing what SBF was not doing. In other words, you know, trying not to bankrupt their company. Instead, the system broke down because of settlement risk. See, when the typical retail trader tries to buy a share of Apple, they don't send an order to a stock exchange. Instead, they send an order to a stock broker like Robinhood or Schwab, or now FTX US. When the typical retail trader tries to buy a share of Apple, they don't send an order to a stock exchange. Who are they in this sentence? They. They don't send an order to a stock exchange. They. I mean, my gut tells me it means the brokerage, like whoever the retail trader is a customer of. So let's just say Robinhood. Robinhood doesn't send the order to a stock exchange. Okay, that works. Instead, they send an order to a stock broker like Robinhood or Schwab. Well, but Robinhood was the one who didn't send it to an exchange, so Robinhood sent it to itself. No. No, I mean, this is This is like, how in the fuck? I mean, I should be a billionaire at this rate. I should be a fucking billionaire. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So, you know, and then in the same fucking breath, instead they send an order to a stock broker like Robinhood or Schwab, like they're the bad guys. Or now FTX US, because we're not the bad guys. Like, what a clown. So many fucking scammers, charlatans, snake oil salesmen. 2020, 2021, man, brought out the fucking charlatans. Holy shit. Oops. The dollars they send in are routed to the broker's bank account. Their order is in turn routed to a payment for order flow firm like Citadel or Virtu. That firm, in turn, might buy the stock on an ATS from another trading firm, which would finally bid on NASDAQ or NYSE. And then 2 days later, settlement time comes settlement time. The share of Apple is settled through the DTC via something like NASDAQ, payment for order flow 2's clearing firm, ATS, yada, yada, yada. This is back in July, he was saying this. Meanwhile, the dollars used to purchase the stock flow through banks. So in order for your friend to buy one share of Apple, 11 different entities have to settle with each other over the next few days in 10 payments. And in theory, any one of those settlements could fail. I mean, so you want to know why there's so many fails delivers. You know, yeah, there's a lot of steps in this process. And on January 28th, 2021, there was a lot of retail trading volume, which meant tens, hundreds of billions of dollars. And eventually that risk got too big. They had to shut down. So, okay. I mean, yeah. Everyone can send orders straight to the exchange. I mean, when are we going to find out what FTX US was doing with all these stock orders? Like, they've been pretty mum about that. I'm sure Wall Street swooped in and was like, oh, yeah, no. I mean, seriously, I'm not even joking. Like, what were they doing with that? What were they doing with that? I'm not trying to give credence to the ape theories here, but I mean, you got a confirmed fucking scam. Well, I mean, not confirmed, I guess, but you've got a very highly suspected scammer here. I just, anyway, none of that matters now. What matters is doing the best I can. Yeah, okay. God. Like, I don't think it's, why is he tweeting all this shit now, too, by the way? Like, what lawyer in their right mind would be like, oh yeah, that's okay, Sam. Just, go on go on an amphetamine fueled Twitter bender. They refers to users. You mean oh yeah, right. Let's get back to Angie. We're almost done
Short
with him.
squeeze stack on the market. So interesting, guys. Leave your thoughts in the comment section. I think this was very, very interesting interview. Subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, an interesting interview that we saw literally when it came out months ago. Clown. I might just move. Oh my God. Okay. 12 hours ago, 7 hours ago, 5 hours ago. 3 videos yesterday, 3 videos the day before that, 3 videos the day before that, 3 videos the day before that, only 2 videos 5 days ago. He's slacking. And 2 6 days ago, 7 days ago, back to 3, 8 days ago, 3. I mean, God. Let's hear the short squeeze update. Maybe if we dwell on him long enough. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. His dad, I think both of his parents are lawyers, law professors. I mean, I mean, they were talking about how fucked up California is in Telegram chat earlier. So, I mean, maybe, I don't know, man.
I cannot
Bizarre.
believe what Dan News, a prominent short seller, said about the current market condition and what most likely will give the best returns. Hear me out. He didn't tell to individual investors to sell. Very important. He said something different. If you cannot day trade on a daily basis, you better stay all in cash. Wait for the opportunities.
And so covered our shorts today. Will probably add to our longs. We still sitting over 50% of the portfolio in cash. That'll become less over time. And, you know, we came into this year saying we thought cash would be one of the best investments for retail investors unless they could trade their portfolio daily. That's still our belief.
Right. So when you position for that rally, Dan, what would you be deploying money to?
So I think you want to pick sectors where the fundamentals are strong, and there's very few of those. So we started nibbling on the energy sector again on Friday. The defensive areas.
Was I muted? I might have been muted. I don't know if I was muted.
So Walmart, if you go back to 2008, people shop at Walmart when you enter a recession. The stock was up 18% in 2008. The S&P was down 38%. You know, healthcare, people want to live. So healthcare is a good defensive area. So that's another good space. We actually, if you want to get more aggressive, we like the online sports betting space. So DraftKings, we bought some Penn National on Friday, actually, as a land-based casino, but has a good online sports betting presence as well. So you can there are sectors to look, but you gotta be willing to trade it daily. Our view is you get a decent bounce, then you put your shorts back on. That's kind of how we're playing this right now. And we're looking for our shorts to make us money between now and mid next year when the market ultimately bottoms, not our longs. I mean, that's why we're up for the year. It's not our longs, it's our short this money.
He also said that today they actually cover some of their short positions and they add to their long positions. What this actually means. So if a prominent short seller will be covering some of the short positions today and will be adding to the long position, this means that rebounds because he add to the long position and he cover their short positions, right? You heard what he said. And he said that his portfolio in his Satori fund currently sitting at 50% cash, that this money will be gone soon. He said that, you know, sitting in cash, especially now if you have dollars is the strongest currency, right? Especially reaching the parity with British pound opens complete different doors. Reaching parity with euro is one thing, but reaching parity with British pound, oh my gosh, we're talking about completely different opportunities on the market. Anyway, let's not go towards forex market. Let's focus on this one. He said that sitting on cash is probably one of the best alternatives if you don't know how to day trade. He said that we're still in the bear market. There's still gonna be plenty of
Well, that
rallies
includes all the
from
apes
time to
then.
time. But he
They
said
don't know
that
how to
these
day
rallies will
trade.
be shorter and shorter. This means that at the moment you decide to buy something, you gotta know exactly when to sell. And you gotta be on top of this. Don't sleep on these stocks. The slim part that was not introduced.
So again, you got to know when to sell. You don't want to sleep on the stocks. Again, yeah. Apes.
Was that he said that this 50% cash gonna be deployed on the market, but he didn't say that this 50% cash will be deployed towards only long positions. This is why they're waiting. They don't know where the market will go. Maybe we're going to see even longer bear market, so they have more opportunities shorting even more. But do you see how they're doing? They're acting in complete different way. They have a short-term short positions. They open, they close. They open, they close. They don't wait. This is why every other short seller on the market now who opened the short positions in 2021 and didn't cover, now they're suffering big time. And this is why I tend to believe that.
Yeah. Who, which, how, what? So he just literally got done saying that, these short hedge funds that are shorting stocks, they open a position, they get in, they get out, they take profit. They might open another position or whatever. But then he mentioned short sellers on AMC or meme stocks that opened their positions in 2021 and haven't closed them. Okay, where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence of that? I would be surprised if there's any substantial amount of outstanding shorts that were established in 2021, particularly before the June. Nah, no way, no fucking way.
This is honest opinion of Daniels, right? He really made the point that cash currently, assuming that the dollar will remain the top currency, it's a good investment, not a financial advice. Second point that he made is that, look, there will be rallies, which we all agree and we all see. Some days we have a double digits in green. So definitely there are opportunities on the both sides to be made money on, right? Some people profiting on the downtrend, others on the uptrend. And you heard where he's focusing on his longs, where he's actually adding. He's buying gambling stocks, he's buying Walmart, right? He's pointing out that the people could be predictable in some sectors. In others, things could be very, very disappointing. How many people double down on financials, on credit, PayPal, so on and so forth, and
basically a
all
clickbait
these
video
stocks went
here.
down big time.
No AMC
Many of
stock
the
short
banks went
squeeze
down.
update in this
Earlier we
video.
went towards year-to-date revenues for Goldman Sachs, 40%
Just a 2-month-old video talking about market positioning. Okay. Again, not a surprise. Oh, by the way, I listened to the rest of that Ken Griffin interview from the other day, where he talks about inflation and whatnot, and it's a great interview. It's an absolutely fantastic interview. I would recommend it. It's on Bloomberg. Citadel collapse. I mean, where do they get this nonsense from? Well, I think so for what? Confirmed on national television. What? So I think this guy's been talking about Citadel bankruptcy and whatnot for a long time. This fucking wanker. And I mean, Yeah, let me get a printed out poster of Bitcoin and put it on my wall. That'll be cool. Yeah, that'll be real cool. What a fucking shag off. At least in this round of it, Citadel's collapse will be 10 times worse than FTX. And then, you know, up here, I mean, so like you can't make this shit up. So where's Tommy? Tommy Jim. Tom Jim. I pass it up. I don't know. But YouTube's been being weird about giving me search results, but well, anyway. Fuck it, we'll do it this way. Citadel collapse. Okay. Citadel collapse, much worse. That's his thumbnail. By the way, let's see what all the videos. Citadel is bankrupt 1 month ago. Citadel is finished, liquidation soon 2 weeks ago. Citadel was just liquidated in UK 2 months ago. Citadel is about to go bankrupt 2 months ago. Citadel is insolvent 2 months ago. Citadel is bankrupt and desperate for cash loans 2 months ago. Citadel declaring bankruptcy very soon 1 month ago. What happens when Citadel go bankrupt? 1 year ago. So he's been saying this shit for a year? Motherfucker. Citadel used their secret algorithm. Citadel just lost 94 billion. And by the way, spoiler alert, they did not lose 94 billion. Citadel sued for fraud. Boy, that's ironic. Citadel won't survive the 2022 recession. Oh my God, Citadel employee says they're going bankrupt 1 year ago. Citadel caught lying once again. Citadel's illegal collateral stocks exposed. Wow, they tried to expose Citadel's secret algorithm and got sued. Investors are withdrawing a lot of money from Citadel. I mean, Citadel and other funds just lost billions. Did Citadel really cover their shorts? Plus, can hedges escape? Oh my God, Citadel infinite money glitch for AMC. Oh my God, 1 year ago. We broke Citadel's secret algorithm. Proof, Citadel is creating synthetic shares. Citadel is desperately creating liquidity. Why Citadel is dangerously close to margin call. Why hedge funds like Citadel commit fraud. Citadel creating fake accounts plus new investigation. The SEC is finally going after Ken Griffin. The SEC is finally going after Ken Griffin. Posted the same video twice. What a wanker. Citadel's illegal shorting has been covered up. Citadel investors losing everything. Citadel investors are concerned. I mean, liquidations coming, 1.5 billion shares hidden in illegal swaps. Why Citadel Connect trades are hidden. Citadel created a fake AMC token. Citadel created a fake AMC token from 7 months ago. And apparently I watched most of the video. Citadel firing all employees. Citadel hides 14 billion offshore. Citadel is finally being investigated. Citadel's margin is maxed out. Citadel could be forced to cover shorts next week, 1 year ago. Citadel is facing margin calls. This is it. Fire. 8 months ago. Small funds first. Citadel next. Oh, sounds like little D's to me. 9 months ago. Citadel clearing out their office due to margin call 1 year ago. I mean, This is just from searching from fucking Citadel on this fucking clown's fucking YouTube channel. I mean, what would happen? I don't know. If we type in JP Morgan. JP Morgan confirms Moass. Oh, how about this one? Oh, this is going to be great. This is going to be fantastic. Margin call. I wish it told me how many results there were. I want to know. Margin calls. How about this? Forced fucking liquidation. Forced liquidations. Oh, yeah. Massive liquidations. Citadel just liquidated. How about Citi? Citibank. Okay. Citibank. You might have that in the tags or something. I don't know why it came up. Morgan Stanley. Mentioned in bank videos. Okay, so this, anyway, that was a tangent. I know, sorry. Here's his thumbnail. But then you get this thumbnail. So, weird. I mean, same fucking picture. Same picture of AMC in the background that he's used on every one of his videos. Like, talk about some lazy ass thumbnails. Like, oh, well, I'm sorry. Sometimes he mixes up the colors here. Sometimes purple's on top, sometimes white's on top. But yellow is always on the bottom. That is, yellow is the bottom bitch. Right? 3 lines of text and a picture. 3 lines of text, different colors, but the yellow, oh yeah, the yellow and the white. No picture of Ken Griffin. The same stupid picture of an AMC. Citadel collapse next. Same fucking everything. AMC squeeze day calculated. 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 It was calculated. All right, Al.
See you tomorrow. I'll see
Oh no.
you at the Bell if I don't see you tomorrow then. Take care. Bye bye. At least you know.
He
Bye,
knows
Jimmy.
there's no bell tomorrow, right? Hey, what's up, man? This is Frankie. Let me get some of that pepper steak. Diamond hand apes are be careful about opening doors for shills to attack the
Hey, what's up?
community. Stop the devil. It's a devil elimination mission. But anyway, just to go back to this real quick, I don't even want to play it because I want to punch my TV screen every time this guy opens his fucking mouth and his fucking squinty ass eyes. Oh God, what a he's insufferable, insufferable, absolutely fucking just yeah, insufferable. But Citadel's not going to collapse. They're not going to go bankrupt. They're not going to be liquidated. In fact, they made record profits this year. Record profits, which is funny, really, if you think about it. These guys are sitting here claiming that Citadel's going bankrupt, is somehow in trouble, right? When in reality, they've had the best year on record that they've had. So it's literally opposite. Meanwhile, they sit there and say, oh, you know, the apes have won, the hedgies lost, they're hurting. When in reality, the apes have lost damn near everything. And anybody who shorted the stock at any point pretty much is sitting on a profit. So it's literally fucking opposite. It is opposite. It's upside down world. It's fucking stupid is what it is. It is fucking stupid. But Citadel's not collapsing. They're not going to collapse. I don't work for Citadel. Just, porting the facts. Citadel is not in trouble of being liquidated or filing for bankruptcy. It's just, I mean, that's ridiculous. It's like saying Walmart is going out of business. Walmart's not going out of business. Neither is Citadel. And these guys are too small time, small fry, irrelevant really in the scheme of the world, except to the apes. But to anybody else in the real world, these guys are nothing. So I'm not really confident about any lawsuits or, litigation or anything like that, tortious claims, because these guys have no influence. They have, they have no reach beyond the echo chamber. That's the reality. They have no reach beyond the echo chamber, which is filled with the bottom of the barrel at this point. And all the sludge from the bottom of the barrel has risen to the top and fills this, echo chamber. But in terms of being influencers or influencing anybody to do anything who's not already a member of the cult, I really don't see it. I don't see it. And there were a few posts that I saw on Reddit a few weeks ago, saying, "Oh, I've been watching this for a while. I finally decided to buy AMC." That sounds pretty much like a shill to me. If I had to, assign probability to that, would probably be greater than 50% chance that that's bullshit. That that's an engineered post to create the illusion of new people buying in, to try to entice people to. But I mean, seriously.
Hey, what's up? This is Frankie, man. Let me say I'm not a financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video should be used for entertainment purposes only. Whatever I say in this video
We're
is
using it for
my opinion.
entertainment.
It may not
Don't worry about
necessarily be
that.
factual. Don't buy, sell, or hold a stock because of anything that I say in this video. Like I said, whatever I say in this video, this is strictly just my opinion. May not be true.
You say.
Look, I think apes need to be careful about opening the doors for shields to come in and exploit the community, because the minute that we slip, the minute that they see weakness in us, that's when they come in and they try to exploit the community and spread
What
fear.
the fuck is he talking about?
I heard a particular influencer.
Scotty
He kind of
Allen.
got a big following in our community. Most people know.
Never mind. That's not.
He wants. I was listening to that influencer rather, and he wants to blame Aron for most of the problems that we're having in the short squeeze play. And when he speak out against Aron, he's extremely angry. But here's the problem with it.
The Marine.
If you don't keep the same energy.
No, Lou.
When it comes to
up north
speaking out what the devil is doing toward our short squeeze play, what the 1%ers is doing with our short squeeze play, and what the powers to be is doing with our short squeeze play, then what happens is people begin to see you as suspect. People begin to look at you as a shield. You see what I'm saying? And people begin to see you as a person in which your only goal is to get people to hate Aron and to cause division within the community. And see, when you do things like that, then people look at you as not being trustworthy if you don't keep that same energy. And for what I've been seeing, man, over months, when this particular influencer
is like trustworthy? I mean, I don't see how anybody could be a worse gauge of trust than these people. Trustworthy? I mean, Jesus
and for what
Christ.
I've been seeing, man, over months, when this particular influencer talks about what's going on with our short squeeze play, he's very angry when he talks about Aron, but he don't never keep that same energy when it comes to the devil. He may say something, but he don't keep that same energy when he's talking about how the devil and how the 1%ers or how the powers that be is affecting our play. He don't keep that same energy. So that's what makes him look suspect. You see what I'm saying? And see, I've been in this play for a long time.
Yeah, that makes him look suspect because he's not, regurgitating the cult narrative points verbatim, or he's not giving enough weighting to making potentially defamatory statements about Ken Griffin. Like, I mean, this is absolute garbage. Garbage.
Sometimes I get tired.
But it's fascinating as fuck, isn't it? It really is fascinating. And Frankie, you were right. It's entertaining. You're providing with us with free, mostly family friendly entertainment. At least he is. I don't think I am, but
sometimes I get frustrated,
story.
And I know a lot of other people do too. And see, when that happens, we want to blame our frustrations out on somebody. It's natural. But see, I know we got a lot of criminal activity going on in our stock market, a lot of fraud.
Oh yeah.
And I know we're fighting a lot of people. We fighting
a lot of devils.
But this is just my opinion. In my opinion, it's two people at the root. The main problem as far as our play not running, as far as us not getting paid, and as far as our stock being manipulated and crushed every day. And neither one of those individuals is Aron. Most people know who they are. And see, in my opinion, these two individuals, one of them need to be in jail. The other one, man, needs to be removed from his appointed position. But some people feel like both of them need to go to jail. And see, people are entitled, man, to their own opinion. You see what I'm saying? And I feel like they only appoint people in certain positions to fight fraud and stock market manipulation and the criminal activity going in our stock market. They only appoint people that they know that's really not going to be serious about fighting the crime or solving the problem. You see what I'm saying? And see, it's like this. I can remember, man, when I was pledging, we had to remember a particular phrase. And it was like, excuses are tools of incompetence, used to be a monuments of nothing. Those who use those excuses seldom amount to anything other than excuses. You see what I'm saying? And I said that to say this. See, when you got somebody that's responsible for fighting the 1%ers in the stock market and fighting the criminal activity, if they come out saying something like, well, if you try to fight them, they'll fight you back. They got lawyers. We don't have enough resources to fight them back. We don't have enough money, so we don't go after certain people. See, that's an excuse. And when you make excuses like that, we already know you're not going to do too much about the crime that's taking place in the stock market. And to be honest with you, man, they're not too big to fight. And because I feel like this is how you handle it. When I grew up in South Memphis, it's not the best area for you to grow up in. But one thing, man, my dad taught me is that when you got a group of bullies or you got a lot of people, man, that's bothering you, Then what you do is you find the baddest person that's supposed to be in that group, the biggest bully. Then you make efforts to deal with that big bully, whether you win or lose. And you will find out that once you deal with that big bully, they'll move on and they'll leave you alone. You see what I'm saying? Whether you win or lose. And I said that to say this. In the stock market, we got a lot of criminal activity in the stock market. We got a lot of people attacking our stock. But you ain't got to go after everybody. You get the one man that's bringing most of the problem. For example, the devil. That's the one that you deal with. And when you deal with him, it's going to cause a lot of other 1%ers to fall. It'll correct their behavior. And that should be what.
I really don't understand the obsession with Ken Griffin. I mean, I guess I do, but I also don't. Because there is there is no evidence, certainly, that would warrant this level of obsession and hate and, constant denigration and whatever, just focusing on. And it's a classic example. I mean, and it's so funny because Frankie recited that pledge or whatever the fuck about excuses, and you won't amount to anything other than excuses or whatever. I mean, I've never heard that before, but I mean, blaming Ken Griffin and everybody else for the reason why, you're sitting on 40, 50, 60, 70, 80% loss, it's the same thing. Like, that's an excuse. Oh, the devil is fighting retail investors. They're doing fraud or stock market manipulation. Yeah, stock market manipulation. I mean, so what? So fucking what? Is it your first day? First time? I mean, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, it's crime. Yeah? Well, then get out your handcuffs, officer, Officer Mohammed, get out your handcuffs, and make an arrest. Do an investigation. I mean, but where's the evidence? Doesn't have to be any evidence because you've got a scapegoat. And if you press them for evidence, they'll bring up the stuff about Robin Hood and the GameStop squeeze and stealing the buy button and all that. And it's like, okay, you show me a business that would not take steps to protect itself if it was in a position of extreme risk because of what its customers did, basically. I mean, that's the other half of it. The reason that Robinhood and all of those were at that point is because of the massive influx of retail investors piling in on one side in a handful of stock names. Like, that's why all that risk built up anyway. It was because of that. So you expect a company to just let itself, get taken to the cleaners and deboned, basically, and not, say, hey, whoa, wait a minute, we're gonna close down for the rest of the day and figure this out. or we're out of that item right now. We can't sell it to you until we figure out what the fuck's going on. Our system is whacked out or whatever. Or sorry guys, we can't accept credit cards. Our credit card terminal's down. We take cash, but we can't take a card. Or I had this one in Colorado once. Sorry, all the dispensaries in Denver are shut down because the state database that we have to connect to and log all of our sales is down. So we'd like to take your money, but we can't. So come back later. I mean, that literally happened. So I mean, that's the only thing that there's actually any proof of that where there was any interaction. But this obsession with Ken Griffin it's an unhealthy obsession. It's ignorant, and quite frankly, someday some of these people might realize that they actually could have learned a lot in this period, and they could have learned a lot from Ken Griffin. They could have learned a lot from Ken Griffin. And in fact, if you know anything about Ken Griffin, his past, his his um, story, he actually has, the apes have a lot in common with Ken Griffin in some ways. So it's so stupid. Anyway, this guy will never hold himself accountable for his failure. I don't think a lot of them will. I mean, this is ridiculous here what I'm about to show. This is absolutely ridiculous, and it's this is as good and it's probably this speaks more volumes uh than than anything else that we talk about. I honestly I think I'm just getting it pulled up here. Um, and not that that's that's outside of work yesterday. Yeah. Welcome to Ohio. Where is it? Um, got to get back up there. Here it is. So this tweet trying to get his temperature down currently 40 temperature for you people who don't speak centigrade or Celsius. That's roughly 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Always when you feel at your lowest. But reminds me why I stay patient with AMC. My kids mean absolutely everything to me. And I don't doubt that they do. I don't doubt that the kids mean everything to him or her. But is that how you provide? Is that the best decision that you could make to provide a better future? And not only that, but you have a child that should be at the hospital. I mean, I don't want to make an assumption that the reason they're not, or the reason that they're just, resorting to a dry washcloth, what good? Anyway, this shit is out of control. This shit is absolutely out of control. When you have people that are neglecting their children, potentially. You know, I don't know what to say. I mean, this is not good. Not good. That's what President Donald Trump would say. Not good. Okay.
What you want to do. It's just like
I mean, you know, fuck. Take the fucking kid to the hospital. I mean, I don't even want to. I don't even want to utter the words. But God forbid anything happen. God forbid anything happen to that poor child. I mean, you know, what the fuck? What the fuck? I mean, you know, get a second job, get a third job, hustle in the evenings, you know, develop a skill, go back to school, learn how to actually invest and trade. I mean, there's literally an infinite number of things you can do instead of just sitting around being patient, waiting on something to happen that's never going to happen. That's not showing somebody that they mean everything to you. I'm sorry, it's not. Oh my God. Absolutely fucking insane.
always felt that with all the companies, man, that the devil is trying to destroy, his neck is short. All those companies,
No
man,
evidence
should have
for
got
that. No
together.
proof.
They should have hired a research
And
firm.
why would a market maker want to bankrupt a company? It makes no sense. That's not how it works. It's not how it works. Fucking
Some private
goddamn.
investigators, and they should have got lawyers. And they should have took the devil ass to court. And they should have fought him. Deal with him from a legal perspective. That's how you win. Because you got to be united. And you see what I'm saying? And I'll close with this, man. When we focus on Aron as being the problem in our short squeeze play, we take attention away from who the bad actors are, who the real criminals are, or who the real threats are to our short squeeze play. And then we open the doors for shields and bots to come in and start attacking the community and dividing the community. You see what I'm saying? So we got to learn how to stick together. We got to stick together. Because, see, one thing that the one percenters do, the hedge funds, the banks, and the institutions and the brokers, these one percenters, one thing they do, they collaborate. They stick together. That's how the one percenters stay on top, and that's how the 99% remain on the bottom. And it's one thing, man, that they, no matter what they disagree on, it's one thing that they have in common that they don't deviate from. And that's it, and that is that retail investors are the main enemy and they gotta be destroyed. That's why, like I said, we got to stay united. You know, we got to stay together. We can't let shields come in and bust up the community, and we got to continue to fight for our Moass and Diamond Hand. Thank you for taking time out to watch the video. Have a nice day.
Okay. Here's another of Boss's harebrained ideas. If a stock is delisted due to a majority of the float being illiquid due to DRS, shorts walk away scot-free. And I saw Scott and I got excited. No. But he already actually has engaged with me. And don't have to pay taxes on their profits. Proof here. I don't have this in or do I? No, I don't have it in link. I don't have it in text form, so I can't access the links. But anyway, like doesn't seem to make sense to me. But I don't know if we can get those links at all. I guess I could go to Boss Blunts. Boss Blunts 1. Mandatory minimum listing requirements for a stock or listing all over the internet. Google it and see if a float is locked in DRS. That would make it illiquid enough to be delisted, and retail would get the current value of the shares, thus letting shorts free. It's not exactly 80%, it's nearly 96%. Here are the liquidity requirements. I just threw an estimate the first time. Here is the proof, my man. Literally not proof, it's just a bloated link. The media is more angry at Elon Musk than they ever were at Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know. And retail investors are believed to own about 67.5% of GameStop's float, according to Vickers stock research data. Great. Who cares? With now majority of the float directly registered? No. It is highly evident that price discovery doesn't exist, as supply and demand would dictate supply is drying up. Go fuck yourself. I mean, every fucking video game fucking playing 20-something-year-old now apparently is a fucking expert on supply and demand. They're all experts on supply and fucking demand. I mean, where's the by the way, where's the Charles Payne interviews with oh shit. I don't damn it. I just realized I'm not showing the right fucking screen. Whoops. No wonder everybody's leaving the stream. Yeah, media is more angry at Elon than they were at Jeffrey Epstein. Retail investors are believed to own 67.5% of GameStop, which is not the same goddamn thing as saying that the majority of the float is DRS. That's not the same thing you're saying. But my question is, where are the interviews of Charles Payne and Sam Bankrupt Fraud? Like, because he's out here, like a typical fucking, total pussy. Yeah, Charles Payne is a total fucking pussy. He's a total fool, you know, of Fox News. I mean, I didn't know it was possible for financial news to be presented in a through a socially conservative lens, but leave it to these fucking clowns to do it. And it's even better because Charles Payne is black. That's just the icing on the cake. Anyway, um, yeah, I'm a big lefty. Okay, left is best. Anyway, and I'm not talking about the Democratic Party. Definitely not talking about the Democratic Party. Where are the videos of Charles Payne with Sam Bankman-Fried? I don't know. Let's see here, but Charles Payne trying to get out in front of it. Uh, Definitely don't want the newest stuff now, but I don't know. Maybe he never talked to him. Maybe he never did. Everything here is from recently. And maybe I mean, just Charles Payne was he was instrumental in inflating the ape's ego last year when Trey went on his show, when Matt Kohrs went on his show. Um, I think Keenan Grace may have as well. He was, he was definitely part of the problem, part of the grift machine. Well, anyway, I don't know. I have to do a little bit more research there, but I bet this Anthony Scaramucci interview is good from Bloomberg 3 days ago. Uh, and usually anything Larry Summers is also good as well. Will Chia change the world? Chia Network. I don't know what that is. Okay, anyway. I mean, and honestly, Graham Stephan, I'm glad that he promoted FTX. Maybe this will, but probably not. Never mind. Never mind. Let's talk about FTX. Yeah, let's. How much did you make from it? How much did all these clowns make from it?
So I've been waiting to talk about this since the situation seems to be changing every few minutes, but as some of you may have seen, FTX US has been a sponsor here on the channel for the majority of the year. Their international counterpart, however, FTX.com, has recently faced liquidity issues, disabled withdrawals, and because of that, I'm worried about the potential impact to FTX US. I think it's pretty safe to say as a result of that, I'm no longer working with them. Fortunately, as of right now, FTX US maintains that they're a separate entity from FTX.com. They're fully backed one and they're operating.
I don't know what's stupider.
Fact, you're still able,
but saying that and expecting your audience to believe it, or saying that and actually believing it, I don't know. But that's absurd. I mean, it's absurd. You're trying to save face.
to buy, sell, and withdrawal as usual. Although with everything going on, I'm not sure how much longer that's going to last. So if you hold anything on FTX US, you could still take it out and transfer it to an external wallet or wherever else you please without any issue. Now, I really hope that I'm preemptively jumping the gun, that FTX US is fully backed as they say, that there's not going to be any issue and everything will continue operating normally. I would love to be proven wrong, be overly cautious, and say all of this for nothing. But I'd rather be overly cautious and remind people to move their money off of the exchange, especially during a time where everything is still functioning. Of course, this just comes as a huge shock because I've always been completely transparent about everything I do here on the channel and everything involving personal finance, so I feel like I owe it to you to explain the situation and what's going on. As much as I trusted the information that I was given, I was wrong, and I'm sorry. I trusted them, but in the end, their parent company was not forthcoming with all of the risks, this being one of them. This type of behavior is not something that I ever would have expected, but if FTX US is at risk, I don't want anyone to get screwed. Like I said, thankfully, all funds at FTX US are not impacted, and I pray it stays that way. I know just as much as you do at this point, so
right.
After watching everything transpire outside of the US with
that's telling right there. That statement right there.
That way. I know just as much as you do at this point.
I know just as much as you do at this point, which means that you know fucking nothing. Nothing. Goddamn grifters. I mean, seriously. Nice watch, nice cactus, nice lamp. But yeah, you know shit. You know absolute shit. And look at this. Actually more dislikes than likes. First time I've seen that in a while. People don't care. They normally can't see the dislikes. They just hate it.
So after watching everything transpire outside of the US with FTX.com, I wanted to give you my full thoughts so that you're up to date. And again, I do my best to research and vet everything that comes my way. And
It was
this
good
one
for
I
ratings
cannot
last
succumb.
year.
I've also personally used them as an
This year,
exchange because of how
not so
trusted they were
much.
in the industry. I saw that they were backed by really big investors like BlackRock, Tiger Global, and Sequoia Capital. So I didn't think this was ever a possibility of ever happening, but here we are. Everybody who watches the channel.
Yeah, they said the same thing about Enron. Said the same thing about WorldCom. Same thing about Madoff. So in the end, this guy has really no skill beyond anybody else in, evaluating whether something is valid or a good idea. Essentially, is what you're saying. What he's saying here. This era of financial influencers, it really needs to come to a close. These guys are clowns. They don't know shit. They don't know shit. They pretend like they do. And, they get people involved in these fucking fake banks, fake brokerages. I'm sure this is an iceberg. There's more coming with this kind of stuff, I'm sure.
Means the world to me, and I would not be here without you. So thank you so much for hearing this out, and I really hope this is all for nothing.
Well, you kind of had it right. It's not all for nothing, but your subscribers are going to get nothing back from FTX. Yeah, 4.13 million subs. Excuse me. Easy to say sorry if that's all it takes. You made all your money, your subscribers potentially lost all their money. The ones who used them and kept money till the collapse, and all it takes to move on is sorry. If you're truly sorry, show us how they tricked you and how the deal with them worked. If you're truly sorry, give away all the money they gave you to charity in a way that can be verified by the community. Given recent events, I think your subscribers deserve a longer video on FTX. I remember finding this channel in 2020 during the outbreak of COVID and found it very informative. I grew quite attached to the channel as I thought the amount of information in comparison to the promotions were quite high. After a while, it became like most other finance gurus, where 1/3 was info, 1/3 was clickbait titles, and 1/3 was promotions. So I had to take a break from the channel, and now came back to this. It is sad to see that it seems to me no matter which channel you find, they are bound to be bought by some party, which goal is to capitalize on you. Graham Stephan heavily promoted FTX. He was a paid sponsor up until the very end. Being easily fooled might be a fine defense, but it's also an argument to avoid taking his advice. Exactly. Exactly. Transparency question. Graham, how much money did FTX pay you? Moral of the story, don't trust YouTubers with your money. Always do due diligence. And that means not on Reddit. Yeah. You are part of the problem. They bought you. Graham is like Dr. Phil and Dr. Oz. In other words, fake. Who else always skip the FTX rolls? Mid-roll ads. I mean, who still sees ads on their YouTube? I mean, come on. And I'm not talking about YouTube Premium. Did he do another video on it? Nope. Fed. Car prices are falling. Yay. Housing market just collapsed. I mean, what a clown. What a clown. All right, let's take a look at let's see if there's any new AMC videos, and then I think it's about time to kick the song. Yeah, but yeah, DD is done. Yeah, the DD is done. It's true. The DD is done. No, oh, let's see. Prepare for another short squeeze, apes. Oh, I know where that's from. That's from franknez.com. You can tell because I've gotten pretty good at spotting it because for a while I wasn't very good at all, and then and it was like right in front of me. I can tell by the top, but if it looks like it's a natural gas company website, it's Frank Nez. Come on, there's got to be a good. What is it? One guy's name. You know, it's late and I don't care. So Al from Karachi. Comments are turned off.
Good morning, everybody. Al from Boston. Let's kick it off. So ape right
Let's
now.
kick it off.
Currently trading
Let's
$1.36 right now.
Good morning, everybody. It's Al from Boston. Let's keep the comments turned off.
Good morning, everybody. Al from Boston. Let's kick it off. So ape right now, currently trading $1.36 right now, and it's up 0.36%.
Oh boy, $1.36.
Well, AMC is up 1.10%.
DD is
$7.47. Pretty good day so far.
Why does he keep talking about it? The DD's done.
Get back to 774. Let's talk about AMC. Let's talk about Citadel. So the other day, Sam Bankman-Fried, the notorious Ponzi schemer, tweeted this out on the 10th. At some point, I might have more to say about a particular sparring partner, but a particular sparring partner, so to speak. But, you know, hourglass. So for now, all I'd say is well played. You won. Who is he talking about? He's talking about Citadel. He's talking about Ken Griffin. And I'm telling you right now, this.
No. He's not talking about Ken Griffin. He's not talking about Citadel. What the fuck is Al smoking? I mean, pretty clear who he was talking about there. He was talking about Binance CZ, Shenzhou, whatever, CZ. Yeah.
This shot, right, that he took at Ken right then and there, that was directed towards Ken and nobody else. I don't think it was for CZ. It was for Ken because he gave him that poisoned apple. All right, moving on. Let's talk about Balsany and Citadel. Right, guys, remember him?
You almost had me there, Snoopy.
That was banning people from hiring anyone in this hedge fund that worked at Citadel.
That's like a Reddit AMC stock trick. Like the title of the post is like my wife made me my wife's boyfriend you know, something, make it seem like you're my wife's boyfriend made me sell all my stocks, and dot dot dot, and then you click on it and it says so I could use the money to buy more AMC shares or something like that. Stupid fucking children, but it's funny though, you know, so that's what I was getting. overtones of Reddit.
Right, they're HUD hunters. Basically said, if you work at Citadel, you can't come work for us. Blah blah blah. This, that, and the other. And this
Who
was
cares?
a big deal because it happened in 2021. After, actually, yeah, right after the.
My favorite was the article. Most fired Facebook and Amazon employees will not be able to get a job at Citadel. Basically, I forget how it was worded, but basically saying, "Oh yeah, whatever. They're smart people, but Ken Griffin hires like the top Indian graduates. Like fucking Facebook employees don't stand a chance."
The AMC scandal, that thing wrapped up again. So I thought that was very interesting. But what's interesting to me as well, and our good friend Zero Cool Dave Murphy said to us that they have an open rivalry with Citadel, and there's a change of 442% of their latest 13 Fs in AMC. What do they know in Chicago that we don't know? Because they're a Chicago-based fund, guys. So what I'm thinking is Kenny fired a bunch of people. One of them got in and started working at Boston or whatever, or Balgasini, whatever the fuck it is. Listen, I think what happened was somebody dropped a dime and told them, hey, we need to get an open position in AMC because this thing is
Antoinette.
XYZ, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. And
I mean, this is what Al does best right here. Talk out of his fucking ass. Oh, this is what I think happened, guys. I'm showing you something on screen. It does not support what I'm telling you. I think happened. I'm just gonna bank some shit up that sounds good. It's always bullish. That's how you know somebody's lying. If everything they say is always fucking bullish, sorry, pretty much everything that you've said is now questionable, and we can just go ahead and disregard it all because it's low quality anyway. DWAC 200, 200 pennies maybe. DWAC dead until next pump. I think DWAC is dead. We don't need any qualifiers on that. DWAC is dead. I just, I don't see. No, Model 3 dude, I think he said he was buying puts. I think he said he bought AMC puts. I could be wrong. That's the way I read it. But I'm not sure why I stopped selling coffee. Why I stopped selling coffee. Anyway, this is Al doing Al.
I thought that was very interesting. I
Al
thought you
does
should know
Al.
about it because that's a substantial percent. 442. That's pretty big.
Yeah, she did
move
mention
on.
it.
Okay, now this is from.
Yeah, she mentioned it. And she got an earful from me about it a little bit. She ignored it, which is the right thing to do. But yeah, I mean, because it was all we heard about was, oh, on Tuesday when he announces, oh, let him in now. Oh, Tuesday, it's gonna go to $30, whatever. Yeah. It went down. So I mean, like I said, I think in the Telegram chat, uh, you know, you talk something up that much, you got to expect a little bit of, pokey, pokey, in the aftermath of it. Anyway, it's all in good fun. DWAC. DWAC is whack. But in all seriousness, yeah, DWAC's probably dead. I mean, there's literally no, there's, I mean, I know, short-term fundamentals mean nothing. I get that. But just for as a matter of fact, though, like there's absolutely no reason that that stock should have any value whatsoever. Like I cannot find any reason, um, and um, yeah, DWAC made money short term. Yeah, that's good. Um, but but what I was told though was that you know, Trump's announcement was going to be a major catalyst for it to go higher. That didn't turn out to happen. That's all I'm saying. Um, but that's independent of anybody making money. So, you know, and nobody's well, nobody I don't know. I don't want to speak for anybody, but I know that there were people buying into this stock last year and probably now, because of their support for Trump or whatever, which is kind of a dumb reason, really, because there's no company, there's no product, there's no, so as a long term, yeah, absolutely garbage. But even short term, I mean, I don't really see if that was the reaction when he announced that he was running for in the election, and it was that muted, you know, what the hell would be the catalyst then? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. The thing that a lot of people thought would be the catalyst wasn't. Uh, I don't. I just don't see how there could be another catalyst. But hey, I'm surprised every day by shit. So I don't know. Anyway, um, I also just happen to hate it, all of it. So you know, I'm biased. 0 on that
Anonymous
motherfucker.
369. Take a look at this, right? AMC, holy shit, this is bigger than we expected. What are we talking about here? So this is from 2021. This is their Citadel's financial reporting. They said there's 65.
They talked about this shit so much already. They don't fucking understand what it means. I mean, seriously, it's just all just regurgitated nonsense at this point. And like I'm past the point of actually talking about these fucking fake catalysts and fake assertions by these clowns. Like I've already talked about all of it. I mean, the I guess the interesting part now is just how this is falling apart, and they're literally resorting to talking about shit that is months. I mean, and showing news clips that are months old. Uh, that you can tell by looking at it that it was from last fucking year in some cases. I mean, literally, they were going around. There was a Tucker Carlson clip going around a couple months ago or so. It was literally from fucking January 28th, 2021. And nobody said that. They tried to make it seem like Tucker Carlson was just talking about short sellers. No, he wasn't. He talked about it over a fucking almost 2 years ago. That's what this is now. So yeah, Al's going to talk about, some shit and more shit that he has no clue what it
5 million
is.
securities they have not purchased. Now,
fucking dumb.
Consider the following. Sam Blankman-Fried and FTX, right? They only had 44 million. They haven't paid for, right? So that's I mean, can you imagine if they're falling like that, what Citadel's crash is going to be like? It's going to be tremendous. It's going to be absolutely horrendous. And
that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. That is one of the dumbest, fucking most ignorant things you could say. I mean, you're comparing apples and fucking oranges. a grapefruit and a fucking banana. I mean, seriously. How? I mean, you can tell that when he's reading stuff, he frequently fucks up words. That's either because he's not a fucking American, he's actually from Karachi or somewhere, or it's because he's literally shitting this stuff out. He's literally a fucking grifter, and then a charlatan, snake oil salesman. He has no conviction. He has no knowledge. He's just reading it. He's just reading it, and not very well. You know, so if he can't even read something accurately, you know, did he put the thought into, oh, is it actually a good comparison to compare FTX to Citadel? Does that actually make sense? Is that actually a sound comparison? You know, are they basically on the same type of level? Are they similar? You know, have they been around? Do they have the, no. You don't think about all that shit if you're just literally skimming through stuff and trying to make whatever fucking surface level connections you can because you know that your audience is fucking dumb. You know that they don't ask questions. You know that they're not discerning and they don't know shit. And they're relying on you to spoon feed them some fucking bullshit. And it doesn't matter if you can't read it very well or if what you are showing on the screen contradicts what you're saying or if you're using a fucking news clip from last year. Nobody's going to pause it and look and see, wait a minute. Can I tell when this is from? Oh, is this the wait, that's from No, nobody does that. Nobody does that. Um, because I don't know why. Have good role models, I guess. You know, Matt Kohrs and Trey Collins didn't do that. They didn't demand that there be fucking proof for shit before they spent a dime on it. Or at least, preponderance of the evidence, or not even beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not a legal, level of certainty that you need necessarily. It depends on, your comfortability, com- comfort. But uh, that skill that was never a thing. That was never on the radar. It was just, oh, we're gonna get rich. Oh, short squeeze. Oh, market makers have to buy all these shares. Oh, all these calls to money. Uh, yeah, how long have you been trading fucking options, Trey? How long have you been trading options? Oh, you got lucky on some GameStop calls and now all of a sudden you're an expert. Okay, I get it. I get it. But I doubt that Al even has a fucking brokerage account. I mean, I haven't seen it, based on everything he said. If he does, there's no I don't see a way that he could be a profitable trader based on his level of ignorance, seeming indifference to anything, with integrity, even though he literally, somebody who has to come out and say, integrity and I'm committed and all this horse shit, fucking all this fucking bullshit, fucking I want to say, you know, I won't say it though. I won't say it. But, this inflated ass language, patronizing bullshit, it's just like, how many fucking assholes have you licked? Pardon the, you know, explicit imagery, but like it's just such garbage. I'm not gonna watch this whole video, don't worry. But comparing FTX to Citadel and then saying, oh, let me compare these two numbers. that I don't even understand what they mean. And oh, this one's higher than this one, so when that one goes the other way, the way the other one went, it's gonna be crazy, and we're gonna get rich. I mean, that's fucking dumb.
PC, which protects securities up to $500,000, including $250,000 for claims for cash. SIPC does not protect against declines in the market value of securities. For additional information, SIP blah 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 blah. They sent out this email. Why would they send it out in the middle of this year? Why? That's the question of the hour. Why? You know, it's just very interesting to me that they're sending these things out.
So they sent an email. Well, wait a minute now. Let me go back.
Now, some of you guys have Fidelity, who's in bed with Citadel with the crypto exchange. It's a big,
like, listen to that. Some of you guys are with Fidelity, who's in bed with Citadel. Who is this guy in bed with? That's what I want to. Who's paying this guy? Who is paying this guy? Why would somebody spend so much fucking time, trying to spin a narrative like this? To me, it doesn't make sense. But people say that about me too. Why do you care where I spend my money? Believe me, I don't care. I really don't care. He's from outer space. From outer space. I wonder what made Matt Coles. Sorry, now I'm not reading properly. I wonder what made Matt Coles sell early. Man, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know because I even when he was still making videos and I was making videos last year, yeah, Super Chat Matt was about the only thing, it was really like, hey guys, did you know, by the way, that, making videos like, hey, did you know 500,000 would what would wouldn't that be life-changing money for most people? $500,000 minus taxes. I think so. And Trey, with his $1 million on fucking AMC calls, I mean, he put most of that fucking money up his nose, I think. Or, oh, yeah, no, it was the vape. He got addicted to the vape. That was it. Yeah. He got addicted to the fucking nicotine vape, and it made him, he practically had to go to fucking rehab for a nicotine vape. Like, just thinks he's real clever, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, ridiculous.
Big deal. It's a big freaking deal, you guys. So let's move on. This is from Webull. This is talking about market insecurities. They're talking about how Webull Financial is a member of the Securities Investors Protection Corporation.
Okay, this is an email. I don't. We're looking at the fucking bottom of an email message. Like, this is the disingenuous fucking bullshit that I can't stand. Like, whoever posted this, and Al, but more so whoever posted this, they think that people are stupid enough to not know and realize what they're looking at here. And that will never not piss me off when somebody thinks that they can fool people and that people aren't going to ask questions because, oh, most people won't. Bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. And it's never anything hard. It's never anything hard at all. All you have to do is actually look at it and think about it instead of just looking at it with, empty eyes that don't actually relay information to your brain. I mean, seriously, this is not hard. This is the bottom of an email message that has Every one of them has this fucking information on it. It is literally a standard disclaimer. It's a standard disclaimer. Yeah, and it's at the bottom of an email. You know what I mean? Corporate email communications oftentimes include a disclaimer that says, hey, this should not be, whatever's in this email is, for this purpose only. It's not to imply anything else. But, it's ironic what Al fucking does.
You know, in the middle of
Here
the
you go.
commission, SIP, blah, 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 blah. They sent out this email. Why would they send it out in the middle of this year? Why? That's the question of the hour. Why? You know, it's just very interesting to me that they're sending these things out right now. And they're not the only ones. Look at this.
They're not sending it out.
This is another reason why you should DRS your fucking shares, guys. Emergencies include, but not limited to, natural, man-made, information technology emergencies, including force majeure events. All right. Now, I know a lot of you guys are not legal eagles, so I'll just tell you, force majeure is a French term.
Oh.
A bigger force, a greater force, right? An act of God, if you will. Something happens, which no party can be held accountable, right? That sort of business. That is a huge thing. It's common cause. You find it in all contracts, essentially indemnifying both liabilities from both parties from liabilities. It indemnifies them essentially when an extraordinary circumstance or event happens. That's a big thing. That's a huge thing. The fact that they're putting this out there, that should tell you enough. You know, floods, earthquakes, they even disclosed it. Influenza or infections or blah, blah, blah. I mean, the fact that they're repeating this, that they're revising data repository rulebooks, they're expecting one of these force majeure events. What is that? What are those events that they're talking about? An act of God, floods, fires, earthquakes, explosions, war, invasion, hostilities, terroristic acts or threats, civil unrest, actions, embargoes, blockades, strikes by government or regulatory authority,
Civil unrest.
regional or national emergency strikes, labor stoppages or slowdowns or other industrial.
Yeah, so this is all standard fucking shit. It's boilerplate language. But because, they think everything applies to them, they think everything revolves around AMC shorts. Oh my God. Labor stoppages or slowdowns or other industrial disturbances. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's talking about if AMC has to shut down because of toxic exposure from the new laser projectors. That's what it means. Like, what? No, it's not. You know, pandemic. Well, they have that in there because
Epidemic, pandemic, or similar influenza bacteria infection, which is defined by the CDC. Global pandemic, blah, 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 illness, emergency state. That's martial law, which we've done, by the way, 60,000 times in this country, 6,500 times, I think, in our history.
what is it, 65,000 or 6,500? That's kind of a big difference. You being a military dude, people are gonna believe you potentially, but how could anybody believe anything that this clown says? Oh, 65,000 times. I mean, yeah, it's been like 6,000 times. Like, I have never heard somebody bullshit. And my dad was a PGA golf professional. I grew up on the golf course around old men, who played golf at 6 a.m. in the summertime, So I've been around some bullshit and I, picked up a thing or two. But I have never, I mean, I have never heard this level of fucking bullshit. Never heard this level of bullshit. Wow. Wow.
Some crazy amount. This is not a regular thing. Martial law is like not a huge thing. I'm sorry, it's 65 times we've gone into martial law.
60. Oh, it actually is 65 times. It actually 65 times. not 65,000 or 6,500. 65 fucking times. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna use Chris's cue as Chris's fuck. Chris is inspiring me. I mean, that's just ridiculous. 65.
Roll another blunt, man.
Idiot.
This is good time.
Chris, have a good night, sir. It's 1:30 here, so, you know.
Full of shit, and you need to quit.
Tuesday opportunity for a quick put, possibly. Oh, wow. Wow. All right. Man. This is some fucking terrible shit right here. Also known as Al from Boston that we were listening to. Yep. Good night. Song kicked and over. A short one tonight for you, Model 3 dude. You know, get in, get out, get done. Hit it and quit it, as they say, right? Hit it and quit it. That's what you got to do with the stocks sometimes on these short squeezes. Hit it, quit it, get paid, get the fuck out. Otherwise, you end up trapped almost 2 years later, down 90%. You know, hit it, quit it, and forget it. There you go. Manny, good night, sir. Antoinette, pure luck that you made him $1 million on those DWAC calls. I know. That's that was some good luck there. Congratulations. And I need you to do voiceover for me for a project I'm working on. So you can't ignore me forever on that. Anyway, but you can for a long time. Yeah, I know. We'll talk. So anyway, see you guys tomorrow maybe or Sunday. Oh, the futures are going to be lit, I think, this week. Probably not. I mean, but it could be. You know, I I I just want to point out. I said yesterday, the rug gets pulled. Uh, the rug gets pulled starting today, and that was you know, of course, there was you know, last ditch efforts to oh, we have a request from. All right, go on with it. Go on with it. So it was a mini rug pull. It was a taste, but you know, they had to close out the week, you know, wherever, whatever. So, but so I'm thinking next week, the rug pull becomes more real, more real. I don't know if it's still real yet. It will be, but so anyway, I'm looking for the futures. The way I'm looking at it is gap up, gap up. If you're bearish, you want to gap up. Um, and then you get the, you know, so if it gaps down, I mean, this is all speculation. It could literally be anything. It could gap, you know, way up and keep going up, or it could gap down and crash. But that's, you know, just what I did. Um, Let's see here. Been following you for 5 months, but I work 12 hours a day, so I don't have time to watch your lives. Can you please make a 10-minute video explaining your channel? Um, explaining the channel. Um, I mean, who is this video directed towards? Like you or people that you know, I don't know. Um, I mean, I could try to do that. Hard to make money on puts if every meme rally is short-lived. That's right. And also, it's hard to make money on puts um, when the volatility. Oh, shit, I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. It's getting late. So typically, yeah, I'd have to go back to my other video that I made on it because I forget which way. I forget exactly the proper way to explain it. But anyway, these meme stock implied volatilities are just, you know, weird, atypical. Um, it becomes a lot easier to get IV crushed, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Which, also doesn't help. I mean, there are probably more people now, but uh, implied volatility is kind of one of the supply and demand um, components of option price. It reflects that. So, there's more people buying puts now, probably. So that's probably not as bad. Crazy is what we're here for. Yeah, that's the new tagline. When I see this channel, I think this is the guy against AMC, right? But do you have a video that explains why? Well, let me put that to bed right now. I'm not against AMC. I actually really don't have much of an opinion on AMC. I mean, I think the facts point to, basically a company that's in, serious financial arrears. And, there's probably a greater than 50% chance it's not around in 5 years. That's just off the number, the numbers. I'm not AMC squeeze. I'm not against it, not against anything. Um, what I am against, though, and I don't need 10. I don't think I need 10 minutes to explain it. I think I can do it, 100 seconds probably. But what I am against is misinformation, fraud, not fraud in the stock market. I mean, sure, I'm against that, but you know, where's the, you know, where's the evidence for all these things? I haven't seen it. So the whole point of doing this was to fact check what these influence. That's how it started, because nobody was doing it. Fact checking the claims that come out from these perma bullish AMC channels, because there was a need for it. Because, well, I mean, I don't know if there was a need for it. I felt like there was a need for it because I couldn't find anything. Literally, when you search for AMC, you see the stuff in the search results that we look at on here every time. That's all it is. It's just AMC. Not AMC squeeze or AMC bullish. No, just AMC, and this is what you get. You don't get anything that is contrary or questioning or even, not 100% supportive of the of the narrative. So I think that that is real tragedy. If I'm being honest, it's a failure. It's a failure of, I mean, ultimately, I guess the market. I'm not the stock market, but just well, it's not. No, it's not the failure of a market because it's not a market. It's uh private company's algorithm. It's a for-profit corporation um, protecting its bottom line over, you know, anything else. Which, yeah, I guess that's what they're supposed to do. Uh, but but then again, you also have rules, that say uh, no get-rich-quick schemes allowed on YouTube. You know, um, no misleading thumbnails or thumbnails that don't go with the video, like so there are actual guidelines, there are policies. And a lot of these videos from these guys, they violate, at least one or two aspects of that policy, but I wanted to see, what would happen. What would the response be? And it, was pretty bad for about a year. Uh well, not that long. So, um yeah, I mean, it just it bothers me that when you search for AMC, this is what you get. Clearly, most, if not all, of this narrative is false, and that's just not because I don't like it or don't want it to be true. It's because it's just not true. So, some things are not really up to an opinion. It's just either this matches the facts or this doesn't match the facts. Most of these things don't match the facts, but it doesn't matter how much proof you give. And really you shouldn't have to give any proof because these claims were never proven with evidence to begin with. So if you make a claim, it's on you to prove it, not on me to disprove it. If it's never been proven, quoting Phil for real, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, if you say there's billions of synthetic shares, okay, great, that's what you think. Is there any actual evidence to support it? Have you shown it? Not you, but these grifters. And the answer is always no, but people believe it anyway. So it's a failure on so many levels. It's not YouTube's responsibility to police content and all that, I know. But at the same time, I mean, I think they have a problem on their hands, especially compounding the FTX thing with it. It's clear to me that there needs to be some regulation when it comes to financial information, just like there are, just like there are regulations on information on other things, or I can't pretend to be a counselor, a mental health counselor, and whether I explicitly claim, say, "Hey, I'm a mental health counselor," and I'm not, or if I just give out mental health advice, it really doesn't matter. The end result is the same. It's not appropriate for me to be doing that. You know what I mean? So I can't get a dentist chair and put it in my, you know, office and say, uh, you know, teeth cleaning here, not a dentist, you know, not a dentist, uh, this is not financial advice, but man, AMC is looking real good. Like, no, you are giving financial advice. So anyway, yeah, to bring it all back here, I'm sorry, I haven't even been keeping up with the chat, but need to come up with a mission and vision statement for the channel. Um, that sounds awfully woke to me. That's why I like this channel. I just wish you had a short video I could share to others. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. No one is against AMC. We are not investing to lose, but when AMC is sure way to lose money and all the fundamental stuff. AMC is a pump and dump, a 2-year long pump and dump. Well, it's been mostly dump this year, but yeah, we were one of the first YouTubers exposing the apes' lies. I mean, apparently, Chris Norland was around last year too. I never seen him until this, earlier this year. But dark pools, manipulations, imaginary shorts. Yeah, I mean, this goes on and on. It doesn't take that much to really do it. But I mean, on one hand, I understand. You know, the apes. Most people have already accepted that there will be a short squeeze, like, which is for problem number one. You know, uh, nothing's a sure thing. I used to say this all the time on here, but there are no guarantees in life, especially in the stock market. Especially in the stock market. I mean, these people, and don't get me wrong, I hate Wall Street. I hate them. I think it's the most corrupt, bullshit collection of institutions that there has ever existed. I mean, I really do fucking hate Wall Street. I fucking hate them. But, you know, I try not to focus on that. Sometimes I don't always succeed, you know, various times. But um, so it's not, I understand the frustration of losing money and all that. But see, the thing is, like, I dislike the system. I think the entire thing is fucking flawed. I think you know, it's flawed beyond repair. It will never work right. It will never work. It will always be unfair. Always. Capitalism will always be unequal, skewed. You'll have cheaters. You'll have grifters. You'll have all this that we have, and it'll probably get worse. Um, Now, having said that, uh, the best thing that I could figure out to do was say, okay, you have a system that sucks. You have the worst possible system that you could have. It's this patchwork quilt of various markets that have been patched together. God knows how internally. Everything runs in a black box. Nobody knows. You have algorithms that are doing this. You have high frequency trading. You have all this shit. None of that matters. None of it matters. Can you buy something and then sell it later and make money and actually make money despite all the shit that you think is wrong with it? That's beating Wall Street to me, is actually making money, not having them take my money. Um, which, I wish that it would be better. It would be better for everybody if the apes realized that holding to zero, saying it's either 0 or $1 million to me. There's no third option. Well, I mean, that's stupid. That's not how it works. That you're not doing anything. You're not proving a point by losing. Uh, there have been, you're just going to be another person, another anonymous loser who had all their money taken because they had an ego that they couldn't get over and realize, hey, it's not them, it's me. It's not them, it's me. And so that's what I think. Anyway, I, uh, yeah. So, I'll think about Matt. I don't have a lot of time to make videos. So I used to. Then went back to work like about a year ago now. But making videos takes a lot of time. It's a lot easier to just live stream. Um, but I'll see what I can do. Let's see. Um, Majority of the apes lost all their money. Chris is crazy though. You're different, so I'm still listening. Phil says have the shorts covered. So what are we talking about? Have they? Um, well, I'll address that, and then it's 2 a.m. so I got to go. But I have 25K invested. Even in our country, we still have YouTube pumping AMC. Have the shorts covered. So what are we talking about? The thing is, and this is something that a lot of the misconceptions and misunderstandings I can understand. So it's not like, oh, people are so stupid, like Chris. Oh, Chris, you're so dumb. Oh, Scott, you're so dumb. No, but a lot of the things, it's just like, I don't know. I question everything. I don't accept what people tell me. I don't accept it unless I can like actually prove it, or it's proven to me, or I feel like there's actually evidence that directly supports it. I'm evidence based, I guess. It's the best way to say it. Um, so the thing about shorting is, you know, it's not like long investing in that you are buying and holding like in for an indefinite period of time. You know, you might have an idea of where you want to sell it or whatever, but I mean, ultimately, most people invest in the business, buy stock in a company because they believe in it for the long term, long haul. So that's indefinite, and you hope that some good stuff happens and you make a lot of money ultimately, and whenever that is, and you'll know when it is, and you'll be like, oh, they just went, they just expanded, into whatever, around the world, and now the company's going to be worth 8 times what it is now. Might be a good time to sell some of the stock. But so that's a long position investing. But um, on a stock that uh, where the price rises so rapidly as AMC did, um, it's almost certain that it's going to come back down. So what that would mean is that somebody looking to capitalize on that, they're not interested in a long-term position. They're interested in a shorter term duration position. Now, and if you believe it's going to go down, then you're looking for a short term duration short position. And that's what happened here. So you had an impulsive move that shot up, and a lot of people buying, getting in at those high levels all the way up. But inevitably, people got to the point, like the company expanded to 8 times the size. That analogy, that happened. That happened here. So uh, when it hit $60, $70, you had a lot of people that bought at like $2, $3, $4, $5. Those people made a shitload of money. They also sold their positions then, and so you had started to get this, uh, selling resistance that started happening there. Um, so you see the price go down. Um, does a stock belong at the price it's at? You know, does AMC belong at $72? Obviously not. So that's another that's another thing why people would want to short it. Um, but what I'm getting at here is that you have an unknown number of entities or individuals, entities, institutions, institutional investors, funds, market participants. Not notice I did not say market makers. It's very deliberate. But uh, market participants, you have an unknown number who are potentially short selling shares of the stock. You don't know how many there are. You don't know who they are either. So you don't know who and you don't know how many. Um, but you do know, according to Ortex and other sources, but Ortex is the easiest one to get to. Uh, you have shares returned every day. You have shares borrowed every day. These numbers fluctuate, but sometimes you have several million shares returned in a day. You have several million shares borrowed in a day. Um, those returned shares, and Ortex will tell you this, is on their website. Those returned shares represent uh, short positions that have been closed. So short selling works. You borrow a share, sell it, buy it back, and then it gets returned. That is the life cycle of a short position. So returned shares implies closed short positions. There's, at this point, millions of returned shares every day. So that's a direct, practical, you know, quick way to know that, yeah, shorts have been covering and close, and there's no difference. Covering is closing, is taking profit, is buying to close. It's all the same. There's one thing you can do. It is to buy the shares back and return, and the shares get returned. So that there's no difference. There's not like you can cover without closing. You can cover your position and then open a new short position, but that would be a different position. Anyway, yeah. So, I lost my train of thought, but yeah. So short position, shares returned. And the people on Reddit, they like to say, oh, well, those were shares that were borrowed but not shorted. No, like, just not. Like, that's not, people don't do that really. Some people pre-borrow shares, but uh, it's not very common that somebody would borrow a million shares, pay interest cost on it, cost to borrow, and not actually use them to make money. It'd be like borrowing $100,000 and just letting it sit in your account and say, "Oh yeah, I'm paying interest on that money. I just like to know I have that 100,000 in the bank." That makes no sense. That's not what you do. Um, so yeah, short position shorts have been covering the whole time. That's reality. What would cause all the shorts to cover at once? That's the question. That's what the apes assume will happen. That's the assumption. The assumption and the Moass theory depends on that assumption, which is a very foolish assumption, by the way. Um, you know, it, that all the shorts would cover at once or in very close proximity, so the price would keep going up. You know, it's not, like, why we already said the stock doesn't belong at 72. Fundamentally, it does not support it. It's not. It's not a $72 stock. It may not be a $2 stock, but it's not a $72 stock. So fundamentally, it doesn't belong there. Um, when people talk about efficient markets, they talk about how quickly does a stock price go to where it quote unquote should be. And love it or hate it, the market is pretty efficient. It gets shit where it needs to be, fairly quick. Now, if you have a bunch of people gumming up the works, that can, change that. It can keep things artificially high or low, um, because you have a lot of people buying positions or a lot of shorting going on or whatever. But ultimately, it's going to equilibrate back to, you know, there's revert to the mean kind of thing. Um, you know, so it doesn't belong at those high levels. Um, and shit, lost my train of thought again. Um, it's and I'm not saying that price can't go up or down. I mean, prices go up and down all the time, and nobody knows why, really. I mean, ultimately, there are mechanical reasons why, like, there are more people that are aggressively buying versus more people that are aggressively selling. But why did they buy or sell? You don't know, nobody knows. Do they believe in the company or do they think they're going to make a quick buck? Do they think the company is worth less or do they just want to stick it to the apes? You know, Nobody knows. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't, because you'll never figure it out. But the apes think that they can force the shorts to cover and close their positions, close their shorts out. Um, but the problem is there's no underlying reason why AMC stock price would go up, like go up a lot, so that shorts would be quote unquote forced to cover. That's the difference. So short covering happens when we see it in the market now, and you can see it on the charts. I mean, you can see very clear these spikes, and that's what you're looking at. That's short covering. You see it in other stocks. You see it in the in stock index SP 500. It all happens at once. It tends to happen at once. So we can put that's another reason that we can say very definitively that shorts have been covering. We can go to a known short covering rally in the market, and we see a similar mirror image move in AMC. Those shorts are covering because they're making money. The price has gone down so much that they're buying the stock back. It's pushing the price up, and they're getting out having made money. The short squeeze that the apes want and think is going to happen is a true short squeeze where the price goes up because um, of some reason. Like, I was trying to think of a reason the other day. I couldn't. I honestly couldn't. But uh, Elon Musk buys AMC. Just pretend that would be a positive catalyst. I don't know if it is. Um, Elon Musk comes in and personally saves AMC, and he does a better job with it than he did with Twitter. In other words, because whatever reasons, and uh, the company was in debt $3 billion, and Elon Musk, you know, brought $6 billion to the deal. So not only do they pay all their debt back in one fell swoop, now they have $3 billion in the bank. Okay, now this is a strong company. Now this is a company that could potentially expand and grow and augment its war chest or whatever. So now, yeah, now all of a sudden this company is worth way more, and the stock price shoots up overnight, and all the short positions are way underwater, so they have to buy back. Okay, that's an example of a catalyst that would actually cause potentially a short squeeze. None of these catalysts that these guys talk about would. Uh, Something like Elon Musk you know, quadrupling the company's market cap overnight, yeah, that would be an unexpected event that would cause people to be, losing money if they were short. We're not in that environment. And, you know, two or three good movies in a quarter, that's on the low end of what they should be doing. Um, all these diversifications, gold mine, uh, popcorn, all this shit, Zoom meetings and stuff. That's the kind of stuff that a company does when they basically they're just they're throwing everything at it, seeing what sticks. They don't know how they're you know they need to make money essentially, and it's not a good sign when you have a company that's been around for over 100 years. Uh, and sometimes it happens, and sometimes it works, and there's examples of it, sure, but you know, it usually it's because there's like a visionary person or something, or a discovery or something like that, or sometimes just luck. But a company that's old and established in one industry start to go in all these different directions. It's not, you know, it's it's not. I mean, I'm not interested in that. I mean, I'm not interested in, if I were looking to buy whatever, a movie theater or entertainment, consumer discretionary or whatever as a holding, I'm not interested in the conglomerate that owns popcorn company, popcorn brand, and a gold mine that, yeah, is has to do with you know uh, Jason Mudrick or whoever, or Diane, what's her name? Um, I mean, if I were interested in that, maybe whatever. But in other words, yeah, they're probably you know I don't see any of those things actually being at all successful enough to make any noticeable impact in anything. I mean, I'll be honest, and it's not because I'm against AMC or hate it or anything. I mean, I don't care. I have no reason to look at it other than trying to be as completely objective as I can, because that's the only way you can really know what's going on. And you can't ever be 100% objective, but you can try to be. That's the thing. The ape influencers, they don't even try to be objective. And that ultimately is why I'm doing this channel, why I started it. Because I understand objectivity, I understand evidence-based thinking and science, and that is probably the scientific method, that's probably the greatest thing that humans have accomplished as a species in our time on this planet, is the ability to create a system that evaluates and rejects or accepts factual basis for knowledge. I mean, if you think about it, that's what separates us from literally from primates and animals. So anything that's evidence based is, you know, uh, trustworthy, more trustworthy, has trust. So uh, medicine, any of natural sciences, basic science, chemistry, all these things, history, academic subjects, mathematics, etc. So at the end of the day, which it is, the end of the day, uh, you know, I'm a believer in evidence-based thinking. Uh, And there's always, exceptions and things where you can bend the rules, but that should be the exception, not the rule. And I thought that, maybe people don't know, maybe people don't realize it, maybe people don't care, but at least, you know, somebody tried to say, "Hey, look, I understand what you're saying, but you're running on emotion, and emotion is not what, emotion's not um, emotions weren't the catalyst for, uh, you know, the um, the Renaissance, or the Industrial Revolution, or the Information Revolution. Like, it wasn't emotion that propelled us forward in those things. It was largely, scientific discovery, technological advancements, which at the end of the day go back to, you know, trying something. Did it work? What did we learn from it? What are we going to do next time? Improving based on feedback and evidence. That's and in terms of investing, stock market, whatever, if you don't learn from your mistakes, you're fucked. I mean, you're gonna keep making the same mistakes because it's, "Ugh, this should happen. And why isn't it? Oh, they're da, da, da," and you get mad, and it happens to me too. But at the end of the day, ultimately, I know it's me. It's something I did. I didn't react properly. Why? Because I was running on emotion. I wasn't mechanical in my thinking. I wasn't, you know, uh, objective. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. I know I'm also, uh, rambling a little bit. I can't help but notice that you have AMC Bigums. Um, Boy, he's one of the worst. He is one of the most. He was one of the least evidence-based thinkers I have ever seen. I'm not gonna go into it more now because I could talk about that for hours, but um, you know, be careful with that one. You want to talk about emotion, and emotional guided thinking, and emotions they have their purpose. Um, but you know, no, I am not a fan of that person. But I mean, there's no. I mean, the thing is, like, there's really no reason for anybody to be a fan of any of these people. Like, if people actually understood, if people actually, and I know people have the and I don't even care if they do or not. Let me be clear about that. I don't care if people lose money. I know people are losing money. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. Um, you know, at the end of the day, it's everyone's responsibility, to handle their shit. Um, I just, saw that, hey, there's a lack of information. If somebody were trying to do their due diligence, um, uh, you know, and they came on YouTube and all they saw was this bullish stuff, maybe they would think that legitimately everybody is bullish about it and that there is no other side. There has to be another side. There has to be another side. Um, I mean, I've talked about AMC Bigums before, uh, on streams, but I don't know if I have a specific video on him. But I mean, uh, Phase 6 has nothing to do with AMC. Is the Phase 6, all that stuff It has absolutely nothing to do with AMC. Has nothing to do with these stocks. It is, you know, I don't know if you could come up with something more irrelevant, actually, and that's being shown because nothing's happening. Um, you know, it's it's just, I mean, there's no connection, there's no evidence um, that it is at all connected. Um, and even then, uh, you know, it all hinges on like this belief, a belief, and it's not shown, it's not rational, it's not evidenced that uh, all these banks and institutions and whatever are so far underwater on their AMC that they're losing money on AMC shorts. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. Um, None of that makes any sense because the stock is down 90%. Okay. Shorts don't lose money when the stock goes down, they make money. So it makes absolutely zero sense to claim that banks and institutions and whoever shorts on AMC are hurting at a point when the stock is literally uh, as low as it was in early last year, um, at a point when the company literally the doors were closed because of the pandemic. So it you know that like margin calls and phase six and all this stuff, it all depends on an assumption that for some unknown reason, despite the stock being down 90% from its high, that the shorts are hurting, that they need your shares, that they are, trapped. Eh, No, the apes are trapped. Like that's the reality. There's no there's no way to rationalize a statement that AMC shorts are trapped and that they're going to get squeezed out or whatever. And that you can see that because every week it's like, oh, now we're having markets rallying. Oh, yeah, AMC will squeeze when the market rallies. When the market comes back next year, AMC will squeeze. Or when the stock went, in the June bottom or whenever in the market, oh, you know, AMC will squeeze when the market crashes because the hedge funds will be losing so much money because all the long positions they have and all these other stocks will go down and they'll have to sell, you know, yeah, they'll have to liquidate their AMC positions to cover their collateral on whatever. And it's like, yeah, but AMC crashes with the market. AMC runs with the market. So if the market crashes, AMC crashes. They're short AMC. They made a fuck ton of money. It makes no sense. None of it makes sense. And they never address this. AMC Bigums never addresses this. He just talks a bunch of nonsense, gobbledygook bullshit. He has no clue. None. None. One of the worst. One of the worst. I mean, it's infuriating, really, that somebody could be so ignorant and have so much confidence. I mean, it's Dunning-Kruger personified. There's never been a more overt display of narcissism than somebody like AMC Bigums. Really, I mean, I people like him. I guess because he tells them what they want to hear. But you know, it's that's a dead end. That is a dead end right there. Anyway, I'll tell you why there aren't more YouTubers like me because most people, including him, everybody, all these guys, they're on here to make money. They're on here to make money. And why did they choose the side they chose? They might, actually believe it. Some of them probably do. But it's because it's the popular stance. It's because they know that there are supposedly so many people that believe this and are going to want to support it that they'll get way more views. And it's true, they'll get way more views if they support it rather than try to not even fight it, but just say, hey, what about this? Let's look at the other side of it, try to be balanced here. Um, you say anything that's not even bearish or negative, you say something that's not bullish on AMC and you get called, a shill and a hedgy and all this shit. And, I don't care. I I I don't care. I'm not down 90% on my position, so, whatever. Like I understand emotions take over, people get stupid, but you know, that just in my mind it solidifies the fact that yeah, um I'd rather be, a small channel that doesn't make money on YouTube and know that I'm doing the absolute best that I can to actually get to what the truth is. What can we show with evidence? Yeah, anybody can come on here and say, "Oh, this is going to cause it." And there's going to be margin calls in phase 6 and whatever else that you want to hear. So what? That you know, it's like that that it- that doesn't that means nothing. Congratulations, you just made some asshole on YouTube who is a good liar and, bullshitter. You just made them rich by buying, watching their content. That's all that you did. And you felt better, temporarily. I've never been a conformist. I've always been somebody who questions everything. And yeah, ultimately, yeah, okay. If sometimes you need to go your own path to find, what's right or true. In other words, you need to screw up and fail. And this is true, you need to fail in order to learn. And I believe that. And that's how I've learned a lot about, well, I mean, a lot, everything that, in my life. But the apes are unwilling to fail. That's another major point. They, at some point, everybody in any situation, you have to cut your losses and say, you know what? It's a good idea. It didn't work out. I don't know why. Maybe it was my fault. Maybe, I got cheated. I don't know. But it just didn't work. I'm going to move on and try something different. The apes won't do that. They're unwilling to do that. They're unwilling to say, you know what? I think we got scammed here. I think, you know what? I think we got sold some bullshit. Or, you know what? Maybe this thing finally will, whatever, but I don't have, this is ridiculous. We've been waiting on this thing for 2 years. These guys keep saying, oh, it's margin calls, it's coming, next week, forced liquidations. Literally for 2 years, every week without fail. They say that. Why? Because it's an emotional response from the retail investors. They know that margin calls is exciting. That's exciting because that means maybe you'll get rich. It doesn't have to be a maybe. Like, why is it a maybe? It's not a lottery. It's not a lottery. You're not in a casino. You know, you you should be making decisions based on something you can point to and say, that that slot machine, that's the one that will pay me out today. You can't do that in the casino, but you can in the stock market. That stock, for these reasons, maybe, not nobody wins all the time. Nobody profits all the time. But at least if you go in with a, hey, I did my homework. I'm going to try this idea. If it doesn't work, it's okay. I know that I'm going to fail sometimes. So let me just, get comfortable with failing. The more comfortable you are with failing, you know, the more prepared and more, closer, the more successful you'll be. Fuck it. I mean, that's the truth. So anyway, um, I don't know if, but see, here's the problem. You can't win. I'm gonna be blunt with you. You can't win. You'll never win this. The problem is, it's not about who wins or loses. That's the false narrative. That gets to the heart of the false narrative. And sometimes I forget to, come back to this. Um, no, I'm telling you, you won't win because it's the fault. The game that you think you're playing is not the game. It's not retail investors versus hedge funds. That is a false narrative. That's what was that's what was that is the narrative that emerged after June 2nd of last summer, 2021. That's the narrative that came out of that, is that it's retail investors versus hedge funds, and that one side's going to win and the other side's going to lose. And I'm telling you right now, that's not the way it is. That is one of the most that that false narrative is one of Trey's like worst legacies that he left. It's not a it's just not valid. Like, the point is to make money. That's winning. It doesn't matter if a hedge fund loses money or makes money. That is irrelevant to my P&L. By the same token, what another retail investor is doing next door is irrelevant to my ability to make money in a valid play, in a valid investment or trading thesis. What you have here is a pump and dump. This is a pump and dump. How do I know that? Because it depends on the apes depend on each other. The apes depend on each other. Without the supposed strength in numbers, this we wouldn't even be talking about it. That's a pump and dump. It's a pump and dump, basically, and it's been dumping. For a long time. Anyway, Manny, have a good night. You're going to get about as much sleep as I normally do. Thank God, off tomorrow. So, catch you later. But yeah, I tell you, but that false narrative of hedge funds versus retail investors, um, you and I understand, there's a lot of ego goes around here, and with people that don't have any, and I'm not talking about anybody specific here, but I'm just saying in general, people come into the stock market and they a lot of people are type A kind of alpha, personalities, and they're used to kind of being able to like control the situation and have kind of an upper hand, and or at least be assertive, and they're not used to being uh not in control, so to speak. So but uh that's a bad set of traits to have when it comes to this, because uh you know shit, sometimes th- there's no reason, you can't figure out a reason, it just literally does the opposite thing. um and somebody who's emotional is liable to get caught up in that and double down and all this kind of stuff, and when the best thing to do was to just say, you know what, it didn't work out. I got to learn from this and move on. That's the real one of the real unfortunate things about this whole thing is not only are people going to lose all their money, they're also going to be they're also going to be set back years in terms of what they could have been learning, what they could have been experiencing, the skills they could have developed, and the money they could have made. I mean, like they like to say that it doesn't cost anything to hold. That's one of the things I hear all the time. The, the hedge funds have to pay interest, they have to pay to borrow the shares, yada yada yada. It costs them. They're on borrowed time. TikTok, whatever phrase inserted here. Meanwhile, it doesn't cost us anything to hold. I was going to be poor anyway. See that a lot. You know, um, but mainly that it doesn't cost anything to hold. That's false. Absolutely does. It absolutely does. If nothing else, the opportunity cost of what you're giving up by sitting on one position that's not doing shit, uh, that's real. $10,000 could have been invested or traded any number of ways that would have generated a positive return over the period of time when it generated an 80% negative return. Like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense to say it doesn't cost anything to hold because your money's tied up and it's not doing anything for you. It could be doing something for you. That's an opportunity cost that you lost. So that's a terrible thing for people to learn. It's a terrible habit. It's a gambler's habit. It really is. But anyway, um, you know, biggest problem is everybody became so damn sure. They got so overconfident and they thought, oh, this is a sure thing. And whenever you think anything's a sure thing in the stock market, it will not stop at creating new and creative ways to show you that your assumption was wrong. And that's the truth. It's the stock the stock market's primary goal is to humiliate as many people as it can every day. And uh, it's pretty good at doing that. But that doesn't mean that you can't make money. It just means that you can't fight the market. You can't fight the market. You have to be able to uh, become a market whisperer. You have to be able to recognize what's happening and align yourself with it rather than trying to create enough momentum to not only to stop it the way the market's going, but to overcome it and push it in the other direction. That's just not possible. Now, obviously, it is possible sometimes. Obviously, it was possible last year. A lot of free money, a lot of free time, a lot of people. Okay, that was a definitely exception to the rule. But generally speaking, retail investors, they don't move the market. It's institutions and retail investors' job, if you want to look at it that way, is to figure out what the trend is. Where's the momentum? Which way is it going? Where is it likely to go to? So, the direction, I have a target. I think it's going to go up. Here's a possible target based on previous history. It could go here. If it goes there, if it goes past that, it could go here. If it goes past that, it could go here. It could also go down. So if it goes down, it could go to this level because of past history. If it goes lower than that, it could go to this second level, lower. And if it goes lower than that, it may go down to this other level. I don't know which way it's going to go. I'm going to learn how to read. I'm going to read it when it happens. Once it starts happening, I'm going to jump onto it I'm going to evaluate. I mean, I'm going to watch for the targets that I've set on each side, and you know, once depending on your risk tolerance, you could play it safe, and once it hits those targets, take the profit, or you could say, well, I'll take some profit, and if it keeps going, I'm going to let it go and let it run, and then you know, close for more profit or whatever. But that's the way that you trade these things, uh, unless you're going to to buy and hold for the long term because you believe in the company or whatever. But anyway, you know, that's what you have to do. Sometimes they call it uh, follow the smart money, and it's not smart and dumb like nobody. It's not an insult, uh, you know, or whatever. It's just it's just what it's called. Um, because institutional investors and high net worth investors tend to be more informed. They're not just going to throw their money anywhere. They're going to make sure that there's a reason they have a lot of capital, um, and so they're going to be more discerning. So you want to know where the discerning crowd is going, which way is the momentum of of the large movers and shakers, which way is that going? And then, like I said, have some exit points in mind. And there's a lot of different ways to do this, but that's generally the concept. And trade with the market. But trying to fight the market, trying to fight hedge funds, trying to fight Wall Street, trying to fight institutions, trying to, assert your will because, ape strong and all that nonsense. It's a losing formula. And that's why I think, honestly, the more I think about it, I wouldn't be surprised if at the bottom of this narrative, at the beginning, when the seeds were being sown, I think I think this is a Wall Street scam. I honestly do. I mean, I think there's a 60% chance that that Wall Street was involved in perpetuating this nonsense because they know, profitable traders know that this is garbage, and the only people who really don't know are inexperienced people, new investors, younger investors, and that's fine. Everybody has to learn and everybody has to fuck up and blow up their account. But like literally most people uh, who've been in the market for longer than COVID, most of us were pretty quick to realize that, okay, if you didn't get in on the first move, you know, what the fuck we talking about? So anyway, and I don't care to convince anybody. That's not the goal. So don't misunderstand, or don't think that I'm trying to convince anybody of anything or persuade somebody to do something. Um, I mean, people can do whatever they want, uh, but the thing is, like, most of the stuff that I've said, it can be backed up with actual evidence, examples. Um, you know, that's really, I mean, all I'm doing is just, talking about, all I'm doing is saying stuff that is pretty well documented. Um, I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I have no reason to. I won't benefit from that at all. In fact, it doesn't affect me one way or another what people do. Like I said before, what my neighbor is doing, how they're spending their money, it's of no concern to me. I'm just looking for the opportunities to make money where I can, but Uh, what I can't stand though is um, people not having all the facts, and being misled and potentially making a foolish decision because they trusted the wrong person, like Trey or AMC Bigums or Boss Blunts or these clowns. Like, anybody who actually is profitable, knows how to be profitable in trading or investing. They would never waste this much time on anything. It's not AMC. It's just like, again, it's like, you know, you know that she doesn't want to go out with you anymore. You know that it's over. And she knows it's over. But you can't get over it, get over her or him. And so, you're trying to force it to happen. And that never works out. Never works. Um, so and I think that's something that most people can relate to on some level, at some point in their lives, is somebody else, another person's will or preference. It doesn't align with you know our bias of liking them or whatever. um that's a humbling moment, when you have to say, swallow your pride and say, you know what, okay, you know I'm gonna make I'm gonna make the decision. I'm gonna make the decision. I'm gonna have the dignity to make a decision, and while I can and control what I can control, uh rather than, either defaulting, or like literally losing it all, or something worse happening, or something being imposed on me that I don't want. I'm going to make the decision while I can, to save my, um to what I have left, and just go and start over and rebuild, and shit, I've done that. If we're talking about the market, we're talking about relationships or whatever, jobs, you know, uh, that's so it's not, there's nothing, it's not, I don't know, it's not hard. It's not uh, anything really. It's just, uh, you know, a, um, reserve the right to be wrong, and be okay with that. Uh, I don't see that in the apes at all. I see the opposite of that. Like, I see an insistence that they're right. I see, massive, just incredible delusion and misguided thinking, and emotion over logic and facts. I mean, and I'm gonna be honest. These people are gonna lose a lot of money. I mean, they already have. The amount of money that Wall Street has made off of this, it's astronomical. I mean, you talk about all the options that people bought last year, this year even, but last year especially because they were so expensive. Oh my God. I mean, that's why I say I think that there is definitely a possibility of some, of Wall Street, maybe Trey was paid by a hedge fund. Who knows? How do we actually know? We don't know. We don't know that, you know. I mean, there's no evidence to support it. Uh, but circumstantially, uh, statistically speaking, I think it's safe to say that at least one or some of these influencers, we know they were all making money. Is it really that outlandish to think that somebody who has a stake in this wants to keep people engaged because they're sucking them dry from money on losses? I don't know. That's speculation, and I have no problem admitting when it's speculation. I wouldn't represent it as fact, but uh, yeah, I mean, preserving capital, it's the name of the game. Okay. SEC and Congress showed Wall Street was long on memes before the squeeze. Yep. No legit AMC YouTubers anymore, just bottom of the barrel nuts like Al, Frankie, and Donnie. I know Al, but the rest, I'll look up. I'm not sure if you mentioned aron dilution and mass selling that changed the game. Um, yeah, I mean, last year there was a question put to the shareholders of issuing shares of AMC, and the apes were adamant in saying no, no, no. You want more shares? We want our squeeze. You'll get your shares when we get our squeeze. Which, I mean, that right there shows you the level of sophistication. I mean, I, seriously, what a stupid attitude. Like, first of all, like Aron owes anybody anything. Secondly, the point of all of this is that there is a company out there that is on the verge of bankruptcy. I mean, yeah, on the verge of bankruptcy. Insolvent. It is an insolvent company. It does not make enough money to cover its bills. So it can either do whatever it can do to try to get more money, or it can just say, you know what, fuck it. We had a good run. That's it. You know, um, and so they tried to do that. They tried to raise money by selling shares, and the apes, you know, selfishly said no. And I was a critic of that at the time last year. I said, yeah, nobody wants to be diluted, but you're not going to have a squeeze if the company, you need the company to do well, not go out of business. That would be the worst thing that could happen. You will have no squeeze. So I was critical of it then. But they said no, nope, nope. They've said no to dilution, no more shares. So, and the thing is, it would have been better to, I mean, obviously, because the price was so much higher last year. So you're selling shares at $40 a share. That's a lot of money you're going to bring in. Now, you know, so now they have the ape equity unit, which is, made made out of part of AMC shares. So the AMC share price went lower because of it. And the ape share itself is, just been sinking the whole time because nobody wants it because it's not really a share, but it's something that they can use to raise money because the apes voted no on dilution. So now apes didn't realize that in 2013, shareholders approved a measure to issue, billions of these ape unit equities, without shareholder approval. They approved, gave the board the authority to issue, billions of these units without the, you know, continued approval of the shareholders. So that's what Aron's doing. Uh, it would have been better to do it last year when there was a lot more free money going around. Now, I don't know. So that was a bad move. The apes thought that they were They thought that they were so clever when that happened. They thought, "Oh man, we're gonna get him. We're gonna force it." No, you're not gonna force. The only thing you're gonna force is for the company to do something different. It's probably gonna be worse for you. So, you know, and yeah, and Manny's saying here it started with 250 million shares. The amount increased to 500 million. Now is 500 million plus 1 billion ape, and the company is still basically insolvent. So, it speaks to. I think more than dilution, honestly. I mean, that's a concern, but like I said, the concern of the shareholder should be the financial health of the company's solvency. Um, a short squeeze trader, however, you know, that yeah, they are obviously concerned about that too, but it's a much shorter term thing. The short squeeze would ruin AMC. That would be the end of AMC. If there were a short squeeze, another short squeeze, it would collapse. The price of the stock would collapse afterwards. That would be it. The put done. No more. That would be it. And a lot of people would still lose money. Coincidentally, that I kind of hope actually that there is a Moass. I mean, I know there won't be, uh, but I kind of hope there is, just because people will still lose money. It could go to $2,000 a share, and you just have people who lost money, and that would be funny. Um, like because history has shown that they probably will blame somebody else. You know, they blame somebody else, even though hey, what you wanted to happen actually happened. Um, they probably blame somebody else. Anyway, I think it speaks more to like poor management and perhaps just shifting cultural preferences, so to speak. Like personally, I mean, I used to go to the movies when I was younger, but I mean, yeah, at this point, it's not really, you know, no, I'm not excited about going to the movies. I don't care. Like, that's just me, my personal experience. But apes think everybody loves the movies, and how can you be against the movies? It's not the movie itself; it's that form. So technology. Anyway, um, wow, that was way too much. But just last bit. Um, like if people are thinking that they're gonna beat Wall Street, like that's the biggest thing right now that I think is a problem. I don't know anything about the Romanian stock market. I don't know. In fact, I'm curious. I'm gonna make an effort to learn about it. But and I wanted to do that before too. Different stock markets in the world, and learn about them, and kind of compare and contrast them to our system. Because I mean, like I said, I don't particularly like it, but that's what we have. I wonder how it differs in other countries. I wonder if maybe there's things in. I mean, it's no secret the United States is a pretty messed up country. Most are, I guess, but um, I think we have a special kind of hypocrisy, perhaps here. Um, I think that Wall Street and financial system embodies that hypocrisy. I'm trying to speak very generally in, you know, uh, cliches and stereotypes, but you know, so and ironically, it's it's also reflected in Hollywood. So there's a connection, but um, maybe there's some things about other stock markets or non-United States culture that might make it seem like more of a possibility or whatever. But uh, they say I don't really care for this phrase, but I mean it's whatever. The trend is your friend. Um, I just tend to say just follow the trend. Uh, you know, don't fight the market. That's what the apes are doing. They're trying to fight the market. Uh, and the market is saying, "Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you don't. Sure you want to do that? Are you sure? Is that your final answer?" So it's much. I mean, the other thing is this this type of trading opportunity will never. I don't think it will. There's a good chance it will never be repeated. So the apes, okay, let's say somehow there manages to be a short squeeze or at least a large rise in price. Some will get out and some will sell. Some will sell for a profit, some will break even, some will sell for a loss. That's always the way there's always going to be all, spectrum. The people, um, so regardless of their profit, um, if they try to do this again, it'll be even less successful because you don't have any of the pandemic, you don't have any of the stimulus, all that loose monetary policy. They'll try to replicate it again, but it'll be worse because there'll be fewer people. People will have less money, yada yada yada. So, best thing that anyone could do, and it sounds like I'm trying to tell people to sell, but I mean, not really. I mean, if that's what the if that's the conclusion that somebody comes to, then maybe that's the right thing. You know, in other words, like maybe there's not really that many options that make sense right now. I don't know. People can do whatever they want. You could say, yeah, okay, I put in this money and I planned on losing it all. So if I lose it all, that's fine. Okay, that's one thing. But you got literally parents that are not taking their children to the hospital when they have a 40-degree temperature, you know, and people that are living in hotel rooms and in their cars with their kids because they believe that they're going to be rich because somebody on the internet told them they will be. That's the danger here, and people should have access to the information. It shouldn't be just people being told that what they want to hear. That's wrong. That is wrong. It's just like it's and it's upsetting that so many people would choose the easy way out and just repeat the same garbage over and over, giving people this false hope while, basically making money off of them. It's just, I would volunteer my time to try to eliminate that. And that's what I did doing. That's what I'm doing. So anyway, I'm also falling asleep. So I got to get off. It's 3 a.m. But you know. But uh, there's uh, there's more than enough opportunity out there to make money in all kinds of things, and we trade all kinds of stuff. And members of this channel and whatnot. Um, so we have a Telegram chat group that everybody is, you know, invited to. Uh, most of the people that chat in the YouTube live chat here, um, are a lot of them are members over there. So and we talk about different ideas and things like that for trading, and you know, um, the idea is just to have a way to communicate that's about finance, and trying to just to improve and get better, and take an honest objective look at things, and have a forum to do that in. So the link to that's in the description if you're interested in that. Other than that, um, you know if something if something seems, well, if something seems too good to be true, probably is. Also, if something seems to be obvious, it's probably obviously wrong. So, and those things are, tend to hold true in the stock market, especially because, like I said, it's a dirty game. It's a dirty game, but you can't beat Wall Street. I'll say it again. You can't, and so you shouldn't even try. That's not the objective. The objective is making money. So anyway, good night, guys. I'll catch you later. Wow, only 6 likes? Damn. What did I say that was so what did I say that was so wrong? I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, yeah. Anyway, later. Good night.